Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the City Council meeting. I am calling this meeting to order. The time is now 5:30. Madam Clerk, please take roll.
Councilmember Gama,
Here.
Councilmember Lopez,
Here.
Councilmember Perez,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Hernandez,
Here.
and Mayor McQueen LaJean.
Here. We'll now hear public comments for the closed session item. Madam Clerk, are there any public comments?
I have no public comments for closed session.
Okay, so we'll move on to the city attorney to read the item into the record.
Thank you. We'll be going into closed session tonight for conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The agency's representatives include James Vega, City Manager, Charles Pretz, Deputy City Manager, and Frank Lee, Human Resources Risk Manager. And will be discussion related to Employee Association, the SEIU Service Employees International Union 721.
Great, thank you. Do any members of the council have any conflicts of interest to report or disclose?
None for me.
If not, okay, we'll recess into closed session. The time is now 5:31. Welcome, everyone, to the City Council regular meeting. I'm calling this meeting to order. The time is now 6:32. Please stand and join Councilmember Lopez for the Pledge of
We
Allegiance.
get everyone, hand over your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, can you please take roll?
Councilmember Gama,
Here.
Councilmember Lopez,
Here.
Councilmember Perez,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Hernandez.
Here.
And Mayor McQueen LaShawn.
Here. Our inspiration will be given by Councilmember Perez. Over to you.
My inspiration will be brief, and it's just to thank our city manager for all the hard work he does in trying to get our budget under control, for making sure all of our city departments are well-maintained and ran by great leaders, and that all the services in the city are still being provided for, even under budget issues. But he does a great job with managing all the millions of tasks that are required of a city manager, and I don't think he gets enough appreciation.
Great, thank you. We're going to move to our closed session report. City Attorney, please.
There was no reportable action tonight.
Okay, we're going to move to public comments. So we'll now hear public comments not related to items that are on the agenda. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. This process will be the same for items on the agenda. Madam Clerk, are there any public comments?
Yes, and I just wanted to note that we did receive some written public comments that were provided to the council before this meeting and are in the public binder and on the website for your review. The first in-person public comment is Zach Believa.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I'd just like to respond to a comment that was made at the last meeting regarding truck traffic at the Port of Hueneme. The Port of Hueneme is, I should have introduced myself, I'm sorry. I'll go back for a minute and say I'm Zach Believa, the PIO at the port. The Port of Hueneme is regulated by the United States Coast Guard under the Maritime Transportation Security Act, which is federal legislation enacted after the attacks of September 11th, 2001. It created a comprehensive security framework for U.S. seaports, including ours. We have a facility security plan that mandates transportation worker identification credentials, or TWIC cards, for personnel who want to access restricted maritime areas. So you can think of the seaport similar to an airport in this regard. Now, when someone comes through our gate, we ask them to present a valid TWIC card and a reason for visiting the port. We also collect some data that we forward to the California Air Resources Board. I'd like to clarify that the port does not have authority over traffic enforcement, licensing, or employment of individual truck drivers. Those authorities lie with law enforcement, regulatory agency, and private trucking companies. However, we do work with our partners on signage at the gate, inside the gate, and off port to promote safe operations and assist wherever we can. We know the overwhelming majority of drivers operate safely, and citizens with questions or concerns can call our 24/7 Harbor Master line or reach me directly at 805-616-6881. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna do the next 4 so you guys can line up and get ready to speak. Anaí Hernandez, Chris Bates, Jose Bernal, and Theo Provencio.
Okay, Madam Clerk, how many speakers do we have from SCIU tonight?
Just the 4.
Just the 4, great, thank you. Come right on up.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, staff, fellow union members, and attendings. My name is Anaí Hernandez. I am part of the negotiating team for SCIU this year. Over the last few months, I have had the pleasure of getting to know my coworkers a little better. I have heard their concerns and their disappointments. I have bargained with management and heard city's challenges. The city has cited budget issues, but we are still waiting for the city's budget to see the extent of the issue. I'd like to emphasize that the needs being requested during this negotiation period are cost of living adjustments and mitigating the impact of rising healthcare. The Consumer Price Index increased by 3.7% this year, and stagnation cannot be the story for city employees. Our members provide essential services to keep the city operating. We are the employees who interact daily with the community you serve. We provide indispensable services, maintain operations, and continue to show up for the community during our own financial difficulties. We exceeded expectations when the flood occurred in December of 2024. All departments worked outside their scopes and united toward the same goal with pride, caring for our city and its residents. Recently, Public Works received the 2025 Project of the Year award, and the parks have undergone extensive renovations with the Miranda Park grand opening just around the corner. These success stories come from a united workforce, regardless of pay, title, or department. While our salaries differ, basic needs affect all. Over the past year, other bargaining groups and managements have received a 2 to 4% salary increase. Our proposal is modest and aligns with the city's recent compensation pattern. We call for every employee group to be valued and supported. We hope the City Council will take the time to better understand the needs and realities faced by the employees who help keep daily operations running. We are open to further conversations and encourage all council members to meet with the union members as well. We want partnership, equity, and investment in the workforce. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Council, Mayor, City staff, my presentation is not going to be as polished as Anais, but bear with me. Last week, we had a presentation for Public Works Week, and it was received well by council, and city staff stated that they appreciated Public Works. We would like to see that reflected through in the negotiations. Over the past, I forget how many years, but since 2008, SEIU has received 15% of an increase, which is 30% of the average cost of living. Other bargaining units have received more. The police, for example, have received 49.5%. And while it's good for them, we would like to address the deficit that we have now built up over the years. I'd like to summarize one of the slides from the presentation that did not get read because it was long, so I'll try to keep it brief. And it was about Public Works as first responders and the value and the safety that we provide for the city. Public Works are first responders. As Ani mentioned, our people were waist deep in the water during the floods in December 2023. Our guys show up to clear the branches, to keep the roads clear. Engineering and streets keep those roads open for the police and the fire. Landscape also helps with emergency response, and they keep the city looking good. Water, wastewater, and solid waste literally save lives every day. Without those services, there would be disease and there would be plagues. You can look historically at the major plagues that have happened throughout history, and they have been caused by poor sanitation. And our workers are not appreciated necessarily that way. I mean, even myself, before I got into Public Works, didn't realize the extent of what our workers do. So we're not asking for the world. We're just asking for fair compensation for the work that is done by Public Works. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. I've been with the city about 4 years, well, almost a little under 4 years. Before I came over, I was with the city of Oxnard. One thing I constantly heard about the city of Hueneme was they valued their employees. They took care of them. And since I've been here, I tend to disagree. You know, I appreciate the city. I just like myself and everybody else, every other employee of the city, they wake up every morning, put on their work boots, and take care of the city. And all we're asking is, in return, is for you guys to take care of us. Yes, it would be nice to get great, out of this world pay raises and benefits. We understand that, the current economy, but because of the current economy, we're asking that you take care of us. Because every day we do the exact thing. We take care of this city by the sea, take care of all these residents, tourists, visitors, and we're just asking you to consider that. We're not here to diminish any other, whether it's police department, management. We all have a vital part in this city, and just like the body needs the brain, the heart, same thing with us. So just consider that. Appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Theo Provencio. For nearly 13 years, I have served as lead water operator for our city and served for our city and PHWA, and served over 4 years as chief operator for both our city water department and the Port Hueneme Water Agency. I hold the highest state certifications in this city, Distribution 5 and Treatment 3. Every single day, my experience allows me to make critical operational decisions that save the city money while guaranteeing clean, safe water for our community. I also stand here tonight representing my colleagues as an SEIU steward of over 12 years with the city. Currently, the city is offering a 0% cost of living adjustment for our salary negotiations. With this historic inflation, we have all experienced a 0% offer is not a freeze. It is a pay cut. The rising costs of housing, groceries, gas, and childcare mean that dedication alone can no longer pay our bills. Right now, frontline SEIU workers feel taken for granted, and morale is dangerously low. But we cannot afford to fall backward. I urge this council to prioritize its workforce, invest in the people who keep this city running, and bring a fair contract to the table. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then Lynn Hale, then Patricia LePen.
Yeah, just 1 second.
Oh,
Our
one
city manager.
Yeah, and if I'll just note, so this item is not on the agenda, and
Nobody's.
it's not on the agenda, but I just wanted to let everybody know, I know that from conversations with the council, conversations with our directors, we really do appreciate our SEIU members, and we're going to continue to try to work with SEIU for their knowledge and for the public's knowledge. We've just started negotiations, and we're going to be going through that negotiation process, so we'll continue to try to work with SEIU because it is a really challenging time, both city finances wise, and all cities are facing sort of struggles right now, but also we know that employees are also facing those. So we're trying to do our best to try to find a solution for everybody. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Madam Clerk?
My name is Lynn Hale, and I've lived in Port Hueneme since 1985. I'm here as a private citizen, and I'm asking that you take a serious look at your highest expenses on your budgets before you move forward. I've attended recent meetings of the City Council and the public employees and the harbor, and I'm hearing on a repeated basis, we don't have enough money to make things work. And so that's why I'm saying examine your high priority or your high expenses on your budget. Just a little tiny thing. I pulled up a season pass for parking. For a resident, it's $50 for the year. For a non-resident, it's $100 a year. That's not much, but that could certainly be increased. The sand, the clean ocean, a pier, a view of the Channel Islands National Park. My goodness, it's the best there is in Southern California. Come on, guys, raise the rent. The other issue is short-term rentals. I went to a meeting and somebody said to me, oh, there's only 12 short-term rentals that are happening in Port Hueneme. Guys, I've got news for you. I live at Surfside 3. I'm in Building 5. We have 33 units. 5 of those are short-term rentals. It's illegal to have them in Surfside 3 for less than 30 days. We need you, as a city council, to back us up to impose fines, and that's a fundraiser for the city. We can't, because the state legislature has put a cap on what can happen at HOAs. So I'm asking for your help. Do it.
Go ahead, City Manager.
If I could just note, just for your knowledge, the short-term rental item is coming to council on June 15th. So we'll be bringing an item to discuss short-term rentals at that time.
You know, it used, let's see, what am I supposed to say? Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council and everybody. Thanks.
Yeah, you can skip it.
You know, it used to be that every technological advance increased jobs and increased the well-being of the population. We're now in this weird system where every technological advance makes more billionaires and less jobs. We're all going through an incredible period where the people are getting harmed, and the budget that I spent all day looking over the budget, and there's a lot of questions, and I would like to request a special meeting for a public meeting where people could ask questions about the budget, not just where we would come and you could talk about it, or that I could ask questions and then maybe I couldn't get my answers. So I would like to formally request a special meeting on the budget so that people could come and ask questions and discuss it. Because we're 4 square miles, 20, I may have my numbers wrong, 22,000 people, a $28 million budget, and we are a beautiful community in an isolated position with a huge responsibility to make sure that we still have the money to continue 5 years from now. So my request is a special meeting on the budget where people can speak freely and ask questions and get answers. Thank you. Oh, my name is Patricia Le Pen. I'm a resident of Surfside 3.
And that concludes the general public comments.
Great. Did you have anything else?
I'll just note specifically about that request. So just as some background, so the city now has been on a 2-year budget schedule. So we actually did hold budget workshops and things like that at the start of that. This is the sort of the mid-year. So that's why there's not a special meeting on that budget item. But we, as council knows, we've talked about having budget workshops fairly early in coming months ahead of the next 2-year budget cycle. So.
Yes, thank you. Madam Clerk, that's perfect. Okay, we're going to move on. May I have a motion and a second to approve the agenda?
Move to approve?
Second.
Madam Clerk?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Do any members of the council have a conflict of interest to disclose regarding any item on the agenda? No. Okay, we're going to move to our presentation. Please welcome Director Celia Daniels of the Ventura County Diversity Collective Board to the podium, and Mayor Pro Tem Hernandez is going to read the proclamation as you come.
Good evening. my pleasure, my honor to read tonight's proclamation. I'll begin with welcoming Celia and your group here today. Come on down if you'd like. Whereas an uprising at the Stonewall Inn in June 1969 sparked a liberation movement and trailblazed a fight against discrimination and injustice, sparking a pursuit for full equality for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer plus individuals. And whereas inspired to live up to our nation's promise of equality, liberty, and justice for all, Pride Month is a continued call to action to not only recall the trials that the LGBTQ+ have endured, but to rejoice in the triumphs and recognize the valuable contributions of these courageous individuals. And whereas Pride Month is a reminder to reaffirm our commitment to standing in solidarity with the LGBTQ+ community in their ongoing struggles against discrimination and injustice, and demand their rights to marriage, equality, workplace protection, and civil rights. And whereas it is our obligation to decry hate crimes motivated by sexual orientation or gender identity, bullying and harassment, and reduce violence and discrimination by providing protection for the LGBTQ+ individuals' fundamental rights. And whereas while historic progress has been made to deliver equality for LGBTQ+ individuals and families in employment, healthcare, housing, lending, military service, and education, we recognize that there is still much work to be done and are fully committed to supporting and defending the rights of all LGBTQ+ individuals. And whereas we recognize the resilience and determination of the many individuals who are fighting to live freely and authentically, in doing so, they are opening hearts and minds and laying the foundation for a more just and equitable America. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City Council of Port Hueneme does hereby recognize and honor June 2026 as Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Queer Plus Pride Month, and call upon the community to celebrate the great diversity of the American people, proclaimed this first day of June 2026.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Director Daniels, over to you for some words.
Sorry?
Would you like to have words?
Sure. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I've been here before. So thank you so much for doing what you're doing, because this is important, focusing on humanity rather than a particular group of people, because I'm not just a lesbian or gay or bisexual. I'm a human being as well. I'm a parent. I'm an immigrant in this country, so there are a lot of intersectionalities that we live with. I'm an entrepreneur as well. I have my own business. In fact, we all do. We work in the tech industry. Rena works in the tech industry, and Emily works, she has her own nonprofit. So there are a lot of things that we do as a person in the community. Part of Diversity Collective, we really encourage, thank you for supporting us, by the way, and you read everything that we wanted to say. Thank you for covering it. But we want to say that it's important for us to, I started out as a trans activist. I was more passionate about the trans community. But when I started getting deeper into what the trans community was going through, I saw an ecosystem of issues, which was humanity. We had gun violence, we had immigration issues, healthcare issues, so many issues. This is since 2015 I've been working in the community. Saw a lot of ecosystem of issues, and we started working and seeing that what can we do to solve all these problems? And we can't solve this by ourselves. So we have to work as a city, work with you folks, work as in a community, work as an organization to really create that change. And that's why Diversity Collective doesn't just focus on LGBTQ communities, we focus on all communities. And that has really made a big change, including the farming community, people with second chance victims, trying to get more economic empowerment and also health equity. So these are the spaces we focus, and we are here to join hands with you and help in what ventures you are adventuring or your journey, and in any way we can help as an organization, community-based organization, we are here to help. And thank you so much for supporting us all the time. It's a pleasure. I told my friends, let's just go, and they all said, we have never been here. We want to see how the city council is. I said, there we go. Thank you so much for what you're doing, and we really appreciate it. Thank
Great, thank you, and we'd love to come down and get a photo.
We're glad you're here. Let's all go down.
gonna grab pictures from a couple phones, so keep your smile on. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
We will now recess the city council meeting and call to order the Housing Authority regular meeting. It is now 6:59. Madam Clerk, please take roll.
Member Gama?
Here.
Member Lopez?
Here.
Member Perez?
Here.
Vice Chair Hernandez?
Here.
And Chair McQueen-Lejeune.
Here. We'll now hear public comments not pertaining to the items on the agenda. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. This process will be the same for other agenda items. Madam Clerk, are there any public comments?
No public comments for housing.
Okay. We will now move to the consent calendar. And we will enact the consent calendar in one motion unless there is an item to be pulled. If not, is there a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar?
Madam Mayor, I don't believe we called for public comment on the consent calendar yet.
Did I not do that?
Just the general
Oh,
public.
okay, got it.
comment.
Thank you, thank you. Are there any public comments for the consent calendar?
No public comments for the consent calendar on the Housing Authority meeting.
Great, thank you. And so now we'll move to a motion and a second, and then we'll go to a vote.
Move to approve?
Second.
Madam Clerk?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Member Brown is absent.
Great, thank you. Madam Clerk, we'll move to item number 3, that's the 2026-27 PHA Annual Plan and Capital Fund Budget. Madam Clerk, do we have proof of publication as required by law and a complete file of reports and exhibits?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Will staff please present the report?
Good evening, Chair, Co-Chair, members of board, and staff. The item before you this evening is a staff recommendation that the PHA Board adopts a resolution approving the Housing Authority's annual plan and capital budget. Public housing authorities are required to review, update, and amend their plans and policies annually and hold a public hearing on the plan. The main change to this annual plan is within the PHA's administrative plan. We have added Chapter 18 titled RAD PVV, and this is in order to comply with HUD federal requirements and legally manage converted public housing units. The last component of the Housing Authority's annual plan is the adoption of the capital fund budget. The 2026 capital budget is $222,188, which has been allocated to operations. And I am available for any questions that you may have.
Great. Are there any questions? We'll only take questions at this time. Any questions from council? Go right ahead. Councilman.
Has the work begun in Willowbrook?
No.
And when do we anticipate that beginning?
We're expecting to close at the end of this month.
Thank you.
Great.
Looking forward to that.
Me too.
Any other
I have
questions?
one question.
Go right ahead.
Just for benefit of everybody who's here today, can you speak to where the source of funding comes from for
It's
housing?
federal funding through the Housing Urban Development.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? If there are no other questions, pardon me? Okay. We'll now open the public hearing to take public comments. The public hearing is now open. The time is 7:02. Are there any public comments regarding this item?
No public comments.
Great. So the public input has concluded. I'll now close the public hearing. The time is still 7:02. We have before us the recommendation to adopt the resolution approving the Housing Authority's 2026-2027 annual plan and its capital fund budget. May I have a motion and a second?
Move to approve.
Second?
Is there any discussion? If there's no discussion, Madam Clerk, please take roll.
Member Gama,
Yes.
Member Lopez,
Yes.
Member Perez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hernandez,
Yes.
and Chair McQueen-Lejeune.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. There are no other business items, so we will adjourn the Port Hueneme Housing Authority regular meeting. Due to the summer recess scheduled and the Labor Day holiday, the next regular meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, September 8th, 2026 at 6:30 p.m. The time is now 7:03. We will now call to order the special joint meeting of the City Council, the Housing Authority, and Surplus Property Authority Commission. The time is now 7:04. Madam Clerk, please take roll.
Okay. Council members, Housing Authority members, and Surplus Property Authority Commissioners, Gama,
Still here.
Lopez,
Here.
Perez,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem, Vice Chair, and Vice President Hernandez.
Wow. Here.
And Mayor, Chair, and President McQueen-Lejeune.
I'm here.
And let the record reflect that Housing Authority Member Brown is absent.
Great, thank you. We're going to move to a public hearing item number 1, fiscal year 2026 and 27 budget update. Madam Clerk, do we have proof of publication as required by law and a complete file and reports and exhibits?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Yes. Yeah. We will. You asked a question about consent.
Yeah, did we
There's
approve
no
the consent agenda for this?
There's no consent
No
for the
consent.
joint meeting.
Oh,
There will
okay.
be consent for the
Oh, I see.
regular city
Sorry.
council meeting.
Okay.
That's okay, thank you. So we'll now have the report from the staff.
Yes, and our finance director, Ashley Chaparro, will be walking us through the budget update. Is she present? Oh. Oh, maybe I'll be walking us through it.
Yeah.
Guessing she'll come in a moment. Okay. All right, I'll get started. So for this year, as we mentioned earlier, City Council adopts a 2-year budget, and this year, fiscal year 26-27, is year 2 of the 2-year budget. And so, okay, I'll hand it off. But so this is year 2 of the 2-year budget, and we basically are updating our estimates, updating based on year-to-date trends, new data, and updated information. So Ashley will walk us through those changes. I'll use the clicker. You can tell me what to click.
Sure. Good evening, council, mayor, staff. As James was saying, we're currently going through we're beginning the second year of our 2-year budget that was adopted back in June 2025. This is a time that we get to take to pause now that we have more recent data. When we prepare year 2 during the 2-year adopted budget, we're mostly using estimates. We're projecting far out. So we pause, meet with departments, review year-to-date trends, any revised cost estimates that we have, such as increases that we must absorb that are maybe passed on from other agencies. Thank you. And update personnel budgets based on union negotiations that may have occurred past the original budget adoption. With this upcoming year, we also have added programmatic changes. As you all know, we've just heard from housing. We recently have undergone a change within the Housing Authority, such as the creation of the HHI nonprofit. In doing that, the adopted budget now needs to be revised with the change of that program and its move over to the nonprofit. So what we have for you are updated estimates since then, all the proposed changes, and a updated 5-year CAP schedule as well. On June 2nd, 2025, the general fund FY27 budgeted adopted revenue in the amount of 28.1, I forget if this has a pointer to it. It's It's going to be that second column, the 28073699 figure, as well as expenses in the amount of 28.7 million. With that, we resulted in an estimated deficit of 622,000. The proposed revised budget now anticipates estimated revenues at 29 million, with 29.2 in personnel and operating appropriations, therefore decreasing that deficit down closer to the $200,000 range. The deficit was decreased by 400,000. This was mostly reached by attrition of retiring staff, continued implementation of cost-saving measures, and staff-secured grants. I will provide a summary of what makes up those changes in the coming slides, but I wanted to give you a summary here so you can see all of the hard work staff has been putting in to try to decrease that deficit and get us closer to balanced. When we adopted the 27 budget, revenue estimates reflected steady property tax, a continued decrease in local cannabis industry revenues, and a slight decrease to sales tax. These are projections that we get from HDL, which is our third-party consultant, who works with many other cities throughout the state to provide us projections. As they continue to give us updates, most of the time we implement those changes. They're the experts. This time, we didn't want to change too much. We didn't want to reduce further as they prescribe and project, because we really didn't, we're trying to do our best effort to make sure we're not over-conservative at a time where the word is uncertainty for a reason. We don't want to overdo it and then come out better than. You will notice that although we're talking about cuts, you're seeing a decrease in the deficit. When you look overall at the revenue, you're seeing an increase of about $900,000, as well on the personnel and operating appropriation in an amount pretty much equal to that. I want to point out that that is a totally separate financial reason, which is because the general fund is now having to absorb some of the staff costs that were previously being funded through Fund 701, which was the conventional housing program through the Housing Authority. Now that the HHI nonprofit is taking over that program, there's still city staff, there's still some city costs. So those do have to be reflected in the general fund. I want to point that out because it shows we're telling you we're trying to cut, we're reaching out to departments, we're reducing their operating budgets, we're through attrition decreasing the amount of positions that are available, and you'll see that in the coming slides. So when the number goes up in the amount of expense appropriations, know that it's because we're essentially creating an entirely new division that was not previously funded by the general fund. It was instead HUD funded and through the housing program. So I want to walk through, as I mentioned, the hard work of all the departments and what we've been, where we're trying to find efficiencies in budgeting. Again, we had mentioned with the adoption of the budget that we don't want to impact service levels as much as possible. We want to find reductions that will allow for minimal impact to the community, one of which was attrition that we mentioned. 3 positions were vacated within this past fiscal year that we are now proposing to unfund. So no bodies filling these positions. That would be the administrative services coordinator, the facilities maintenance worker, and a part-time custodian. What I'm trying to show here is that subtotal of 630,000, which are reductions that departments have made and agreed to, understanding that these are the things we can cut with minimal hurt to service levels. But you will also see an increase. You see an increase of 230,000, and these are some increases that are intrinsically out of our control, something that we must absorb in order to continue the program. For example, citywide CJPA insurance, we have to pay our insurance annually. We absorb the cost and the amount that they tell us we're due. The county animal control contract, that went up by 50,000. To continue our animal control services at the level that we currently have, we'd have to absorb that cost. Annual gas and fuel costs are going up. We're predicting from the department about a $50,000 annual estimate at this time. As you know, those prices fluctuate consistently. This is the best estimate we can provide. So after cutting several positions, noting additional staff time has been put into finding grants and increases on the revenue end. We're decreasing some things that we used to contract and do through a third party, and we're going to try to do it internally, in-house with our current staff. That's the $630,000 reduction in expenses that we're proposing here. Absorbing that $230,000 increase, I'm trying to summarize for you that $400,000 reduction in the deficit. This is a chart that we presented to you at the time of budget adoption, so I just wanted to present this as a reminder that when we're talking about attrition, when we're talking about staff levels as being an area that we know we can work on, it's because historically, these number of positions citywide went up as cannabis revenues and sales tax revenues were doing really well and also increased. So when we come to you and let you know that HDL is letting us know that these numbers are starting to decline, it's a little natural to look at the number of positions, how they followed that trend, and probably need to also follow the trend when we don't have the luxury of some of these periodic or one-time revenue increases. By recognizing and beginning to address the increase in the spending and number of positions that were increasing early, staff is trying to avoid to wait until it's too late to not have to make more drastic reductions in staff levels. As we know, staff is continuing to try to do more with less resources. Even with these significant cost increases that I'm showing you, we're facing across the board, it continues to push our costs back up as we cut. So essentially, each employee's cost increases each year. We know this by the CalPERS expenses that we're facing, the insurance that I mentioned, and as well as these annual MOA adjustments that we make. So as costs go up, we're going to need to find other ways to make reductions. One way that I mentioned was reducing the number of personnel authorizations by department. You'll see that number of positions being reduced as 3 at the bottom right-hand corner. I wanted to present this slide to show you that all divisions have made adjustments, have tried to reduce as much as they can. And so when you look at that number, looking back from the revised 24 budget onto our current 26 budget and our proposed 27, across the board, departments have faced reductions in their staff level. It's not just in one area. We're trying to spread it across the board again to think of service levels, not impacting one department much more than another. Those were large general fund changes that are being summarized. Again, this is the change from adopted to the proposed budget. We will come to you again with a new 2-year budget for the FY28 and 29 year. Moving on to other funds. Here we're seeing all other funds other than general fund. I'm summarizing adjustments here, where we gather revised estimates for gas tax as well as grants for CIP that we're presenting changes for you now. In housing, we always have annual rent increases and adjustments. In Fund 702, our voucher program, that is an increased amount of participation that we budget for. Again, these are the vouchers that HUD reimburses us for and we pay out to landlords monthly. So you'll see the same revenue increase. You also see a large expense increase for that fund as they go in conjunction. Water plant budget estimate, the adjustment is for personnel cost updates. This would be the fund that we use to have all of the city operations towards the plant be reimbursed from PHWA. That's that 302 water plant amount. You see minimal changes here because changes shown are operating expenses only in this slide. Mostly the other funds' major changes with this proposed budget would be for CIP, which I'll review with you next. Any projects that are multi-year or have carryover project balances roll with each budget, as well as any open purchase orders. They're reappropriated with the new year without having an effect on fund balance. Here we see the amount of general fund specific CIP and capital asset appropriations that we are projecting for FY27. The projects here are all funded by the general fund CIP reserve that we allotted for in the passing of an original adopted 2-year budget. We did that intentionally to make sure that we always had enough savings to cover the next few years out of CIP projects for the general fund. Projects include parking lots, underground tank, traffic signal study and Pearson Road storm drain, as well as some equipment. There's replacement of aged equipment for the fleet division, as well as security and facility upgrades. And again, all of these items are funded by the reserve. Now looking at CIP and assets for all other funds. Here I'll show you just a quick overview of some of the projects that are getting done by the other funds, and then I'll give you a total by fund and a summary of our 5-year CIP on the next slide. But we have some equipment here, a new dump truck, a Safe Streets program, some traffic signal controllers, ongoing projects such as bus stop improvements, the Ventura Road bike lane widening, and you'll notice some are paid from special restricted funds, gas tax, TDA, they're specifically meant for roads, streets, pedestrians. The big one here to note is the grant fund. Staff is continuing to try to go out to find funding where they can. And the $480,000 ARPA fund, that is the balance of the funds that we received from COVID reimbursements. And we do have a deadline of the end of this calendar year, so by December to spend that. So staff will be prioritizing that project to do so. The water operating fund has $2.6 million of CIP projects planned because they recently passed through their water master plan at council, and that's the first year of those projects. We have a revised 5-year CIP summary here for you. What I wanted to show by giving you these totals by fund is that we're trying to focus on, for general fund, using the CIP reserve that was already set aside for these purposes. But for all the other funds, these are restricted funds that have restricted use. Staff does a really good job about being on top of those funds and making sure that we use those first and draw down those first for whatever projects do qualify for them. So you'll see several funds listed here. At the end, the total, you'll notice we do try to spread out our total projects over time. That's so that staff resources are available. That $10 million year is because of the large Hueneme Road $4 million project that we are still, staff continues to work on a grant opportunity for that project. But otherwise, staff tries really hard to make sure to plan in a correct amount of projects that they can truly get done. An overview of changes for the housing division. The Housing Authority budget has 3 separate funds. The Conventional Housing Fund and the Modernization Grant Fund are the funds that we are zeroing out and closing due to the creation of Hueneme Housing, Inc. They will be taking over those projects, properties, and creation of the new RAD program. And because of that, that is why the new general fund division was created that we mentioned that adds about $800,000 of annual expenses to the general fund, but as well as an equal and opposite amount of revenue that will be coming from the HHI as they refund us for any of the staff time and expenses that we spend towards their project. The only major change to the other housing division that the Housing Authority will continue to run is Fund 702, the Choice Voucher Program. That amount goes up every year as we have increased participation and HUD funding. Staff's recommendation is to approve the 27 proposed budget adjustment and revised 5-year CIP. Looking ahead, we are still awaiting the results of our FY25 audited financials. As soon as we have those, we will present them to you. Our auditor will come and present them to you. We hope to give you a revised estimate of our fund balances and give a clearer picture in advance of our prep for the next 2-year budget. Staff continues to look for opportunities to address revenue and expenses to continue on a path of fiscal stability. Any questions?
Questions? Let's start down the corner. Councilmember Lopez.
Yes, so with HDL, are we anticipating a continual reduction in cannabis revenue? Have we leveled off?
I would argue in the past few reports that we've received from them, that seems to be the case. But again, you know that staff have come to you multiple times to try to level off maybe in a different way, which is to prioritize the businesses that do remain in compliance, and in hopes that that helps our businesses.
Okay, so of manpower, like, what's the total percentage of our budget is associated to manpower?
Our personnel expense budget, I believe it's 70%. It's
70%.
definitely our largest expense category.
Yeah, so most of our revenue goes to manpower, 70%. So what's our biggest department that is the consumer of that budget?
Yeah, it's always typically police department.
Yeah, I'm asking these questions, so I want the residents to understand where this money's going. So I know the answer, so I'm asking you. What do you know the percentage?
I don't off the top of my head know the percentage.
It's near
but
50% of the budget.
It's about 12 million of the $28 million budget, so a little less than 50%.
Yeah, 12.6 million. So you can see where the bulk of the money is and what department is the consumer of that. And we're kind of seeing, we're trying to squeeze a little bit of services, but you can see where the money's at. So I'm going to continue on. Right now, looking at that forecasted budget, we had our full-time employee count down to 122. So we're kind of dwindling it down to another 6 bodies.
So let's move back to questions. If you have questions for your
that's my
staff,
question.
go ahead.
So with the RAD conversion of housing, these employees are actually city employees. Do we see a time where during attrition, when these employees actually move on or retire, are these positions going to become like contracted positions?
We could absolutely explore that possibility. The fact of the matter is there are employees holding those positions. So at this moment, attrition isn't a possibility, but absolutely in the future, we can do a programmatic change.
Yeah, I think it should be modeled just to see if there's any efficiency gains that we can gain. So in reading the budget, it seems like when we have attrition, it seems like we're holding the line, and then are we justifying the jobs that are, if we lose a body to retirement, do you guys actually have a staff meeting to say, hey, can we get by without that particular manpower? How is that done? Walk me through it.
What you're describing is 100% something we've recently instilled citywide. As a vacancy comes up, a department reaches out to HR to fill it. HR has a conversation with them about departmental needs. And of course, we take into account budget. How much does this employee cost? What effect is that going to be to the budget? What effect is that going to be to service levels? And that conversation happens. And a decision is made amongst administration, HR, the department to see if it's feasible. We've recently even had conversation about departments sharing a staff member, moving staff members. We've tried to be really creative, really open, and especially with departments letting them know we're looking for ways in which we can save general fund dollars. Please be open to conversation, be creative with us. And I think that's why you're seeing the personnel figures go down, because we're really doing our best to make wise decisions with every role that we fill.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Did you have any questions, Councilmember?
I had one
Palmer?
question. In regards to the JPI insurance increase, how much of that was absorbed by the general fund? Because I understand that we have enterprise funds, and I know it gets distributed, but I'm just curious as to how much of that $130,000 increase was absorbed by the general fund.
That was the general fund's portion. It actually went up closer to 400,000.
Okay. Asked and answered.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you so much for your presentation and all the effort staff has made to make these reductions and yet maintain our current level of service. I wanted some clarification on these unfunded positions, the admin services coordinator, facilities maintenance coordinator, part-time custodian. Are these currently, or were these filled positions and now we're laying people off, or are they leaving? Is it they're not filled positions?
They're currently vacant due to recent retirement or attrition. And so just, we're talking about a lot of, kind of interchangeable parts and how we're trying to do things in a staff-friendly way. And we heard from our staff today that, everybody's sort of feeling the pinch. But we really tried our best to, over the last 3 years, part of why we've been working consistently on addressing the budget is because we wanted to make sure we didn't have to talk about layoffs and we didn't have to go that route. So this year continues the path of just unfunding positions that have been available by attrition, not actually laying people off or having to have those discussions.
That's good to know. And then in regards to the capital improvement project list, how was that list prioritized? And is there another list somewhere of projects that were not funded?
No, so this is the 5-year CIP. And I would say generally over the next 5 years, what we did was we started with the things that we really know are mandatory that we have to do. And we put those on the page. And I think we sort of prioritized them and tried to use different funds and grants and things like that. And we were able to get to a point where we can afford to do those next 5 years of projects. So these are all sort of high priority need to do projects. There aren't a lot of, fun projects or dream projects because we're really scaling down to the things that we have to do. So you'll notice, last year, we had the Bubbling Springs Park remodel. There isn't something like that in this plan at this point because it's going to be more the must do, not the nice to have. So.
I have just a number of questions as I went line by line through the budget, and I would like to see us have the ability to spend so much more time going through the budget rather than just trying to squeeze it into a meeting, and perhaps we could do a study session of some sort coming up in the next several months so that we can get a better understanding, for instance, how an actual of 3,000 turns to an actual of 2,000. What happened there? So I had little questions like that I don't want to take everybody's time up to ask. So if we could maybe do that.
Yeah, we're planning to have some workshops probably starting a few months out leading up to next year, including looking departmentally and looking at some of these
that'd be great.
questions that we've heard. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any more questions? More questions?
I got one more question.
Okay, go right ahead.
So, technically, the reality is that for CIP, we're probably $2 million over budgeting because that money actually that comes from, say, the port, Oxnard Harbor District, that money gets moved out for CIP, then there's going to be a bigger gap in our budget. Are you guys prepared to handle that?
I would say that's going to be part of our budget workshops and some decisions by the council. So.
Okay.
All right.
That's all I got.
Great, thank you. We will now open the public hearing. It is now open. The time is 7:32. Are there any public comments regarding this item?
No public comments.
Great, thank you. Public input has concluded. I will now close the public hearing. The time is still 7:32. We have before us a recommendation to appropriate and adjust the budget as defined in the FY 2026-27 proposed budget update and capital improvement schedules. May I have a motion and a second?
Move to approve?
Second.
Great. Are there any further discussions?
No discussion, just comment. I want to thank Finance Department for doing a great job.
Yeah,
I got a comment when you're done.
go right ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Ashley, for your report. When it comes to the budget, I take this very seriously because it's taxpayers' money. And so when I look at each department, it's hard to squeeze efficiency by just whacking at manpower. And when we're looking at this, we should be looking at, I'll just, for instance, PD, looking at the operational model, coming over, having a review of it. It seems like we're modeling another city, but what's appropriate for our city? Do we, also taking a deep dive into the overtime? That seems out of control. Putting, someone actually watching, monitoring that. Everything should be considered. We should also have, what else can we do to look at other models that best fits Port Hueneme? Cannabis revenue continues to decline, but we're holding, we're looking at 1.1 million in our budget, and maybe we should scale that down to 80%. And then if we get windfall at the end of the year, then we can plan for CIP with some of that windfall. Landscaping cost is going up. And from what I understand, reading the report, we're gonna take on some of that work from the city, right? Is that what we're doing? Hueneme Road is gonna be the biggest, ongoing cost, and we're gonna have to get in front of that. So the grant, we can pretend like we're gonna get it, and we're gonna hope we do. We also got to prepare if we don't. The RAD conversion, yes, I believe it's gonna work for the city. We're gonna have more affordable housing for our Section 8 community, and it should save us money. But we should be looking at everything during these meetings, not just trying to go after manpower. We got to look at the structure as a whole. That's all I got.
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
So I would just have to make a comment about the PD and it being over budget. But it's actually pretty under budget for a city having its own PD, and the fact that we have 3 officers, 3 to 4 on average per shift to maintain 22,000 people on a daily basis, and many officers doing collateral assignments, which means they're doing multiple jobs at once, not just one. And that our chief has done a great job of getting, if we look at history, our chief has done a good job of getting our overtime significantly dropped. And overtime comes in when there's bodies out, people injured, people on maternity leave. We have to fill bodies. We can't leave a position open. So I would just be careful of comments when we're talking about PD. And
No, I'm just saying we can't budget $600,000 of overtime and then
if it's
mid-year ask for another 400. That's $1 million on overtime is a lot of money.
It is, but this is
That's why
police. This
all
is
I'm saying
Hold
is
on just a second.
we should look at the
Not your
structure,
turn.
the modeling.
Councilmember Lopez, you spoke. Let her just make her comments.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
PD structure is the same everywhere. We're not copying another city. We're doing the best that we can for our city, and we're doing a pretty good job. Our response time is maybe 3 minutes at the most. Our crime is down significantly, so I'd just be a little careful about
I'm not
criticizing the
I'm not criticizing.
PD.
as a steward of taxpayer money, all I'm saying is we should look at the modeling and to see how we can gain efficiency.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay, great, thank you.
Not bashing anybody.
Okay,
Your,
Councilmember Kamala.
your comments are well intended, but I think they may have been misinterpreted. I think our staff, our city manager, our departments, I think everybody has risen to the occasion and they have reduced costs where they can. We want to preserve our service provider employees. I think most of our reductions were in the management level, which I, again, think that's what we should be doing, and maintaining that critical level of service. And, you know, it's easy to say, oh, police overtime, but, you know, remember the officer that got stabbed in the eye? Created a lot of overtime now. Those are things that are unforeseen. And so many times, the flood, crazy amount of overtime. And it was necessary, it was reasonable. And so that's the difficulty with the city. And I think our city, and I think when we brought James Vega along, that we really got down to what we need to do in a city of our size to prioritize the services that we're doing and the quality of the service that we're providing. If you look at the relining of that sewer line, that was a masterful job done by our union employees that we so well respect and we want to take care of. But at the same time, we have budgetary constraints. And I think we're rising to the occasion. It's not perfect, but we work hard. And I really want to commend our staff, our police department, our city manager, for the work that's been done. And, you know, we have a lot of work to do. And I think we're in a good position to come out of this in the future very well. So I had one. I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Great, you have anything?
Actually, I did, something I wanted to say earlier, and that is, there's times during the year where we get, Congresswoman Julia Brownlee has an opportunity to fund certain projects for us. And I hope that, and I know staff is working toward this, I know Fred Camarillo, you've done a good job in getting projects together at a moment's notice, because sometimes we only have 2 days to pull these projects together to submit for funding. I think we need to stand ready and always be ready when that request comes in from our congresswoman, our congressional representatives, so that we've got projects ready to go, just to turn around and give those to them so that we can get those funding sources activated for our city. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, great, thank you. Just want to thank you all for the robust conversation. I think it's always good to have the discussion and specifically in front of our residents, so thank you so much. And thank you to our financial director. Did she step out?
The chair.
I don't see her behind the chair there. Thank you for your report, and to the city manager. So it is apparent, since you've been here, that we have kind of maneuvered and gotten on the right path, and so we have some things that are beyond our control. We know that, but we are so appreciative that you're here and you're making sure that you're looking at the fine details and making sure you're providing the council the information so we can make informed decisions for our residents. And I'm in agreement with Councilmember Lopez about it's our duty. I mean, we're here to make sure that we're good stewards of the taxpayer dollar. And so I hope you all see that we're trying to do that all the time. So thank you. So Madam Clerk, can you take a roll call?
Yes. Council members, Housing Authority members, and Surplus Property Authority Commissioners Gama,
Yes.
Lopez, Perez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, Vice Chair, Vice President Hernandez,
Yes.
and Mayor Chair President.
Yes.
Motion passes. Brown is absent.
Great, thank you. So we're going to now adjourn the special joint meeting and reconvene the City Council regular meeting. The time is now 7:42. And we'll now move, let's see, public comments. Are there any public comments to the consent calendar?
No public comments for the consent calendar.
Okay, so the consent calendar will be enacted in one motion unless a council member chooses to pull an item. Are there any items to be pulled from the consent calendar?
I want to pull item 6.
Pull item number 6. Anyone else? Okay, so is there a motion to approve items 1 through 5?
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Okay, Councilmember Lopez, number 6. The authorization to award contract to J&H Engineering General Contractors Incorporated for resurfacing Ukiah Street within Wainimi Bay neighborhood, project number ST2602. Over to you.
Yeah, so in the initial report, the RFP included Lido Street, and then I'm reading the report, and it just has Ukiah Street. What was the reason?
First of all, good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, audience. The reason to separate the two projects was the Ukiah project has one method that will be used to do the entire project. The Lido project has specific areas that have more attention that need to be given in order to correct the underlying structure. So that is going to be done on a separate contract because of the method that will be needed to fix certain areas. This Ukiah one, it's the entire stretch can be fixed in the same manner.
Got it. So different processes for the road repair.
Yes.
In essence. Okay, so we're paying an extra $2,130 for mobilization item for milling machines. Our primary contractor already has $10,655 for master mobilization charge, and the subcontractor lump sum of $45,000. Shouldn't that inherently be already included in that? So why are they charging a separate line item for $2,131?
That is the subcontractor who will be doing this, specifically the milling for that project. So they are subcontracted, and thus they don't attach their mobilization fees for their specific equipment.
So it's two different mobilization fees?
Yes.
Okay. That's, I was trying to figure that out. I was like, why are there two separate? But got it. All right, that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Is there a motion and a second to approve item number 6?
Move approval?
Second.
Great. Any other discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, please take roll.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. We're going to move to item number 7, our public hearing, to adopt a resolution approving permit number PHPD 25-2, consisting of a development permit and a coastal development permit for the relocation and redevelopment of 250 South Surfside Drive as a Pacific Maritime Association and International Longshore and Warehouse Union Local 46 facility, and finding the project categorically exempt from CEQA. Madam Clerk, do you have a proof of publication as required by law and a complete file of reports and exhibits?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Great, thank you. Will staff please present the report?
Yes, good evening. I will be presenting tonight Jose Coyote, Associate Planner here. Thank you, Mayor McQueen Lejeune, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, and everyone joining us tonight. Up for consideration today, thank you, is the Longshoremen Union Hall PMA ILWU Local 46 facility, known as permit number PHPD 25-2. So the project request involves various components. Obviously, it's the approval of the development permit and coastal development permit, known as PHPD 25-2. And this allows the redevelopment of a vacant site at 250 South Surfside Drive. It also allows for the relocation of the Pacific Maritime Association and International Longshoremen and Warehouse Union Local 46 operations from the port to the subject site at 250 South Surfside Drive. That site would operate different types of uses, including dispatch operations, administrative office activity, training, and related maritime support for the port. Project site. The project is located at 250 South Surfside Drive with a general plan designation of industrial, a zoning designation of light industrial, M1. It's located within the coastal zone, and within that, it is within the appealable jurisdiction. The approximate size is 2.3 acres and is surrounded by uses such as industrial, park, and residential. This aerial view of the property located as the aerial here, you'll see that the site 250 South Surfside Drive is located in that golden yellow square there. And as you can see, there's various types of uses coming in through there. Primarily, it's used as an access point to the beach and to the neighborhood communities through the Surfside Drive area there. And to the west side, you'll see that there is Miranda Park. Public Works Yard is located just north of the site. And then there is a residential community known as the Bungalows, completely to the north and to the east of the site. To the south, we have a VFW and a self-storage site. So obviously, in reviewing this type of development, we are very considerate as far as the other uses that are there and specific residential compatibility, as well as integration into the arterial Surfside Drive and Miranda Park overlay recreational corridors. Things to note also include the close proximity of the residential units and the fact that there is an existing developer-built 6-foot wall that acts as a buffer between industrial uses and residential uses, as before that was captured in that there would be this sort of overlay of uses that would be somewhat compatible with the community as long as they met the development standards. Through the other slides that we'll be having, the developer did end up designing their project to meet those. And in specific, we met with them almost a year and 2 months ago on April of 2025 to go ahead and review this project for a pre-application screening. And they were able to go ahead and make amendments that we're going to be seeing now. So to tie it back a little bit back, existing site conditions right now of the site are pretty much vacant. There's issues on site, as you can see, with vegetation. Fencing is not secure. The site has not really been maintained. Looking at the back and rear of the property, we ended up walking, myself and also Tricia Mayer, the Director of Community Development. There was drug paraphernalia back there. There was bridging of gates. It's been an unsecure site. During the pre-application screening, the Chief of Police determined that there have been security concerns just because of the lack of lighting, the current infrastructure of the site, and just the low level of maintenance there. So as mentioned previously, this is going to be a major redevelopment of the site. So there is going to be different components to it to really revitalize this site. So the main building upgrades that you'll see is going to be the demolishing of 3 existing small accessory structures, partial demolition of 1 building, which would be the dispatch hall, the remodeling of 3 existing buildings to create a PMA union hall, in the back, PMA offices, along with a workforce training space. Site improvements that we'll be exploring next are the reconfiguration of a parking lot, lighting and fencing upgrades, trash enclosures. Landscape plan would call for enhanced perimeter landscaping, added landscape buffers near residential properties, improved tree canopy, and parking and circulation would be upgraded with 137 on-site parking spaces, improved on-site circulation, and additional roadway directional signage. This is what the finished product would look like, and we're going to be detailing other components of it in the next following slides here. As you can see, this is meant to be a full secure site. It's meant to be upgraded to meet today's current demand as far as office and also the longshoremen's assembly areas. There is upgrades. This is looking on Surfside Drive. So obviously the gates are not going to be the regular chain link fence. They're being upgraded to tubular steel or raw iron. As well as improvements to the walkways or recreational corridor with new trees and new shrubs and other sort of pedestrian amenities. So the proposed site plan here shows the existing site down below and then the proposed up above. As can be seen, there's various sort of changes that'll end up happening. One of the main things is the 3 removal buildings will be taken out, and in its place will be the new parking lot area to the center. Actually, I have a finger or a laser pointer here, probably easier. Oh, it's not. It's too light. So we'll start with directionals. So along Surfside Drive, you'll see that there's two buildings there known as Building 1 and 2. Building 1 will be the main building that will host the office types of uses that we'll explore in a future floor plan. Office 2 will be more of a training and conference center. As you migrate eastward, will be that main area where there will be plenty of parking. There's 137 parking spaces denoted to that. You'll see that there's different shading. That shading is the canopy of trees that will be lined up to go ahead and meet our housing or our landscaping greenhouse gas mitigation. And then all the way to the east side will be the dispatch building, and that will host the main shoreman group area as well as some offices. Elevation and floor plan for the main buildings. As mentioned, this is buildings 1 and 2. Building 1 can be seen here on the top right and shaded in gray. You can see that there's various offices in there, a small conference room, and that makes up building 1. Things to note as far as operational components are, this is the main check-in of the site. So if someone hasn't been at the site before, that's where they'll begin, or if they're there visiting, that will be facilitated through building 1. Now, building 2 is a training area, which you'll see there's a computer lab as well as a larger conference room when there is training for PMA and any other sort of required work trainings, they would be done there. The site would be secure. You'll see that that breezeway area there is completely secure. Doors will be closed and it'll be locked and kept. The colors and materials that'll be used, they're going with more of a modern sort of darker gray and blues that are made to match the building throughout. The dispatch hall and elevation floor plans, as mentioned, this would be the eastern building located closer to the bungalows residential community. In this floor plan, you'll notice that there is more of a just congregation open area, along with larger men and women bathrooms and some general office spaces. Once again, the whole sort of palette continues to be that gray with the blue metal along the frontage for the windows and the doors. This is the fence, signage, and trash enclosures. Again, everything's made to match, and you can see the details there for the fence. They've been upgraded from what would normally be chain link to this more designed tubular steel type of element. Trash enclosures would also be upgraded to contain a roof cover over them and be upsized to meet the current demand of the site. Landscaping plan. This would probably be the most robust upgrade that the site will have. As mentioned previously in other slides, including the rendering, you'll have the enhanced landscaping along Surfside Drive. So people walking, running, or bicycling will definitely notice that there will be canopy trees. In the center, you'll notice that there's that array of required canopy trees that will that at maturity will reach 40% of the parking lot area. So really helping with some of those light and heat island effects. And then to the east side, you'll see that there is an existing fence for the residential community. It'll be upsized with plants and trees, as you'll see down below there, so that it'll provide a buffer to the residential community. And it is 6 foot in length too. So it's gonna be 6 foot in height with the original fence, and then the actual tree planters are 6 feet in width. Lighting continues to be an issue, especially considering that right now there isn't much lighting. So a photometric study was required for this. And one thing to dictate here and to outline is that the building lighting has glare shields. So those are the type of mechanisms and light fixtures that will be installed. And those will be installed within the buildings. You'll notice that there isn't going to be a parking lot light fixture along the rear of the property. That was done intentionally to make sure that there isn't light or glare to the residential community to the east or the north. And also the light foot candles will drop substantially to 0.00 to 0.01, again, to go ahead and be good neighbors and limit light and glare. So based on the different site modifications, the following uses will be permitted and will run with the operation of this type of facility. One is the primary uses include the dispatch hall operations, PMA administrative offices, and workforce training. This is made to basically work in shifts for the dispatch hall. So in general, there will be about 3 operational dispatch timelines. 2 of the main ones are the morning dispatch between 6 to 8 a.m., the afternoon dispatch between 4 to 7, and on occasion, limited third-party dispatch as needed. What that basically means is if the port for some reason needed additional help or there was outstanding circumstances, they would basically be able to go ahead and operate. The conditions of approval are drafted in such a way that they would mitigate any sort of excess traffic, circulation, and issues with neighborhood compatibility, such as noise and vibration and that sort of thing. Within all of this, there will be training activities, one of which was in Building 2 with primary indoor training being facilitated with the computer lab and the conference room. However, limited outdoor lashing trainings will also be allowed in the parking lot. No amplified sound or motorized equipment is to be allowed at this site. And operational controls, there is a parking management plan and traffic monitoring system in place as part of the conditions of approval. Nuisances such as idling vehicles, people running their radios or speaking loudly outside are prohibited within the conditions of approval. Now to the parking and traffic. There was 2 studies that were required for this project. One of them was the parking demand analysis that captured how many parking spaces would be used. The primary reason for that is our current municipal code does not have this type of use listed in its off-street parking matrix. So therefore, they went ahead and did a parking demand analysis that looked at exactly how the current project dispatch center works inside the port and how many parking spaces would be needed. That report outlined that 110 spaces were needed. 137 spaces are being provided. In anticipation of any sort of neighborhood compatibility issues and to make sure that that the parking demand continues to be valid, monitoring is required for 2 years after occupancy, with the first check-in 6 months after the certificate of occupancy is issued. On that note, too, potential traffic impacts were analyzed through a traffic study. And that traffic study was vetted through the city's third-party consultant, TKM, to go ahead and vet what information was provided to the city. A little thing to know about the traffic study is since this site was already in operation elsewhere and it's just being moved, there was sort of assessment of exactly what intersections were already being captured and met sort of some of the issues which were along Port Hueneme Road. And so with that, they ended up getting credits for those because those that level of service and issues running, or that level of service with that type of use was already integrated into what was already going on. Through this whole vetting process of the traffic study, there was no significant traffic impacts identified. And so therefore, there wasn't any mitigation that needed to take place, like a left-hand turn signal or changing of the traffic lights. And there's a traffic demand management plan and post-occupancy monitoring requirement that basically details exactly if there is sort of a surge that wasn't captured before, if there's an increase in the actual capacity of the PMA Union Hall to the port, that would be analyzed at a future sort of review period, and there would be mitigation measures that the city would then impose on the applicant. And monitoring, again, would be required 2 years after occupancy, the first one beginning 6 months after final occupancy of the site. Coastal development permit and findings. This site, once again, is within the coastal zone, therefore a coastal development permit is required. This supports our coastal-related port activities, so it's in compliance with that. No impacts on public access to the coast, as it is off the actual beach area. No impacts to protected resources. It is compatible with the surrounding uses as other sites are industrial, and there isn't going to be any sort of change in use from what is already established, that being industrial. CEQA findings, since this project will be redeveloped in an already developed site, an urban site, a Class 32 CEQA infill development exemption applies. The site again is completely built out, and this would be an infill. Proposed consistency with general plan, the zoning, and local coastal program are all within line. No significant traffic or circulation impacts, VMT, were identified, and no unusual circumstances or exemptions apply for this type of project. Fiscal impact and strategic consistency. The fiscal impact, no city funds required. Permitting costs were paid by the applicant through development application review fees. The project supports continued port operation. Strategic plan consistency, this touches on 2, fiscal and economic excellence. Consider the feasibility and long-term value of economic and physical development of the beaches and other high potential sections of the city. And innovation and opportunity, retain and maximize opportunities for local businesses as the backbone of our community. Recommendation tonight is for the City Council to adopt the resolution that conditionally approves permit number PHPD 25-2, find the project to be categorically exempt from CEQA, and direct staff to file a notice of final action with the Coastal Commission. That concludes staff's presentation, and we do have the applicant, Julian Luna, that would follow this presentation with their own applicant presentation.
Good evening. My name is Julian Luna, and I am the representative for PMA Pacific Maritime Association stationed full-time in Port Hueneme. My current office is located across the street from Anna Cappuccino, where I regularly interact with many members of the community. I am the primary contact for labor relations and training in Port Hueneme and have been overseeing the relocation of our future dispatch hall project. My role here is to collaborate with the ILWU Local 46 in Port Hueneme and focus on fulfilling the labor needs of the operations in the port. Local 46 has represented the longshoremen in Port Hueneme since the 1930s. These longshoremen are the labor force that allow the port to operate and move the cargo that propels our economy. Accompanying me today is my colleague Brendan Adams, who will provide some additional information about our ongoing project.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for having us. My name is Brendan Adams. I'm an in-house counsel for PMA, and we understand that we're a sort of a unique organization, so we wanted to make ourselves available here tonight, tell you a little bit about ourselves and how this project came about. So as Julian mentioned, we are the Pacific Maritime Association. We represent employers, maritime employers at the port. And what we do is we work with the ILWU to negotiate and implement labor agreements across the West Coast. The ILWU represents dock workers at all seaports across the West Coast, and we're very grateful that many members of ILWU Local 46 are here tonight. So if y'all want to raise your hand or thank you, we appreciate it. Local 46 has about 50 Port Hueneme residents in their numbers, and the overwhelming majority are Ventura County residents. And as you know, the port is one of the city's most important economic assets, supporting hundreds of thousands of jobs and generating vital tax revenue for the city and Ventura County. So PMA, ILWU, and the port have been diligently working on this project. We're excited to bring it here to you tonight. We just wanted to clarify a couple points. The operation that we're talking about is an existing operation, no change. We're moving about 0.75 miles west outside the port gates. And that's going to allow the port to pursue their goals of their master plan, making additional space available for them and allowing additional operational efficiencies. It's going to significantly reduce the load on security at the port, not having dock workers report in through secure checks to receive job assignments will increase efficiency there. In addition, moving the dispatch hall outside of the port gate brings the dispatch process to the public. So, of course, with the necessary permits, we're excited to host the public here at this site. for future events. So just a couple facts, many of which Jose already went through, but the dispatch that we're talking about here, this operation takes place entirely indoors. This is not something that happens in the parking lot and are not audible or visible from the property line. Twice a day, workers arrive at the site, receive their assignments, and then they leave. Longshore workers do not remain at the property. So during the day, you're going to see 2 to 5 staff members on site. And during that time, the gates will be closed and available only upon proper credentials and buzzing in to somebody in the office. We're very proud of the site appearance. As Jose mentioned, we have taken great pains to improve the landscaping on the site. We calculate an 800% increase in the landscaping on site, with over 80 new trees and actually reduced building coverage on the site. So we think that this is really a great addition to the city, and we think that it's something that the local residents will appreciate having in their area. We put special attention into the perimeter landscaping around the fence to try to use landscaping that will maintain the privacy for nearby residents and improve the security of the site without necessarily increasing the size of walls, but trying to create a more defined space. I believe that most of the highlights I had here about the parking and traffic management have been covered, so I will leave that for now, but I just want to highlight that we believe this will alleviate congestion in the immediate port vicinity without having any significant impact on the surrounding intersections. And with that said, I think we will welcome questions from the council. Thank you. One more? Oh, but wait, there's more.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. So I'm just going to provide a quick operations summary of what we have planned to give you some context as to what we're doing on the property. So the future property will consist of 3 redesigned buildings using the existing footprint on the property. The property's current condition is dilapidated, as Jose was able to point out, and we intend to enhance the community with our redevelopment plan, being one of the greenest developments in the county with 85 new trees being planted on the property. In the front, as you can see displayed up above, we will have our 2 office buildings utilized by PMA. This will consist of office administrative work throughout the week with office meetings and computer training for our longshoremen, all of which take place indoors. In the rear, we intend to renovate the existing building to utilize the space as our ILWU Local 46 dispatch hall. This property will facilitate dispatch, which is a process that takes place indoors twice a day for 1 hour. Members of Local 46 enter the building to select their job for the day. Upon receiving their job, they will leave the property to check in for work on the port. Based on the port's needs, jobs can range from 100 to 200, and there will be days with no work or limited work with as little as 5 jobs. When there is no work, members do not come into the property. All dispatch activities are done indoors and cannot be heard by our neighbors. In addition, we would like to hold lashing training in the parking lot, which will be infrequent. This consists of a training course with 2 students learning how to properly tie down and untie a shipping container. The intent of this is to properly train them and test that they have the physical ability to work out on the terminal. As part of the training, they're required to hold approximately 10-foot pole and demonstrate that they can hold it in the manner that they would need to touch the top of a shipping container. Okay. Along with that, that goes into the practice of how they would tie and untie these containers that are traditionally on the vessel. These are smaller containers that we utilize in groups of 2. And again, there is no heavy machinery or equipment utilized during this training. Regular business hours are run similar to a small office building. The work done by PMA and ILWU Local 46 during the day is office work, which is quiet and has limited foot traffic with only 2 to 5 people working on the property all day. The dispatch hall will have no exterior noise, and all dispatch activities will take place inside. There's no heavy equipment or loud machinery being used on the property during the business operations. Our intent is to be good neighbors. And as a priority, we intend to maintain a safe, clean property that we believe will benefit the community. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Council members council members, do you have any questions for staff or our visitors? Any questions?
Yeah, I got questions.
Okay, so we're going to do questions now. We're going to come back to comments and discussion later. Go ahead.
So while the report shows the project will technically reduce delay by rerouting the traffic, how will the 2-year post-occupancy traffic monitoring program, how will that get triggered? Is that just on a date? And then who's doing that?
Is that?
So I believe we're responsible for the traffic monitoring regardless. So that will happen. And what we will be monitoring is that the levels of service at those intersections are maintained.
Got it.
So what would be triggered is if that level of service did drop.
Okay, so lashing training. So you kind of answered my questions. Are any of the containers, it sounds like you're going to use like 20-foot containers? Are they going to be stacked?
So that is correct. The intent is to have them stacked 2 high, or so I should say 1 high. So 1 base level, one on top. So those would be the 2 of the smaller 20-foot containers that we have. And the intent is to demonstrate that they can raise it to where those containers would meet and effectively unlock them. It's a smaller simulation of what takes place on the vessels, but it's part of a requirement that we have when new longshoremen come into the industry. Again, I would like to reiterate, this is an infrequent training that we're doing, and it's done on a small basis based on how many individuals we're hiring at the time.
Got it. So is this going to be in a position where it's not going to be next to the rear housing?
So the plans demonstrate a location where it's intended to be on the side of the dispatch hall, not adjacent to the wall with the back neighbors, a little more placed forward. But again, wherever we do place these containers, the intent is for it to be in compliance with zoning and safety requirements.
Can I just ask just a question? Because you're on it. That's the only question that I had. So let me
Okay.
go. So what's the height of these containers?
Don't quote me, but I believe they're each 8 feet tall, so approximately 16 feet total.
Okay, so, and that's my only question, so let me go ahead and ask it. So that's why I think, that's why I was gonna ask the question, because if it's 8 feet, 9 feet tall, you're talking now 18 feet, and the wall is 6 feet. So, you see where I'm going here?
Yes, yes,
So,
yes.
so the importance of just kind of making sure, if that's something that can be done, that our neighbors are not now looking out their windows to 18 feet of cargo containers.
Correct, and we understand how that might be a concern as well. That's why, our intent is to have landscaping that would hopefully grow into place and create a buffer for any residents. We're also not intending to place it directly against that wall. If you look at the plans, there's a section that's been carved out by our architect that notes where it would take place. In addition to that, of course, we would have, containers that have more of a curve appeal. So while they would be containers, they would not be the typical containers you might see rusted out on the terminals.
Right, and I'm just going to ask one more question about this topic. And so the other thing is that I know it's going to be a secured area. That's what I'm hearing. But I actually was on a committee that had a lot of problems with graffitied containers. And so I would imagine if anything like that were to happen, that the containers won't be left graffitied outside of the residents' windows. Do you understand?
Absolutely, and I can speak as the representative up here. I'm essentially the custodian of the property as it is. Some of you might be aware that I've walked the property with your police force multiple times. One time we actually apprehended an individual who decided to reappear after breaking in. So the intent of our presence being there is to eliminate any of these concerns of safety, is to really create a safe property for our longshoremen, for myself who's going to be there, and for our neighbors in the community.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so I guess this is for staff, our staff. Condition 39 triggers a mandatory operational review if we receive 3 verified neighborhood complaints within a 12-month period. To me, this is a little tricky, and what does that consist of? Like, who arbitrates that if it's a real complaint, or someone's just who has had enough with, say this, and who arbitrates that? And then what triggers the review? And how do we pay for it?
Tricia, do you want to speak to sort of that enforcement condition compliance process?
I'd be happy to. Before I go there, is it okay if I just provide a little context on the earlier questions? So two things. One, the location of the cargo containers for the Lashing training is actually on the south side of the property, so it's not abutting the residents. It's, I guess, abutting the self-storage. So that would not necessarily be an issue. As far as the graffiti, there's a condition in here that says within 5 days, they have to clean up the graffiti. And so as soon as it's noticed, it's supposed to be, cleaned up. As far as the enforcement piece, which I think is actually very strong in this particular set of conditions, and that was with intention because we understand that this is abutting residences and compatibility matters here. And so I see that in condition number 39, if the city receives any of the following within a rolling 12-month period, which includes 3 or more verified complaints. So this word verified means that it comes into our staff and we review it, we will investigate, and we will determine whether it's a valid complaint or not. And at that time, if we're able to verify that there are complaints related, could be related to, it says, unsafe circulation conditions, blockage of public streets, vehicle queuing. These are the kinds of things that aren't allowed. They're not allowed to have vehicle queuing onto Surfside Drive. They're not allowed to be blocking the public street. And so this issue of obstruction of emergency access or traffic hazards is considered important, as far as these conditions are written. But there's other things that complaints might come in as well, and these conditions are pretty strong. So if we're getting complaints about noise or any of the things that aren't allowed within the limitations that are provided here, those are also things that we would investigate and follow up on. And the city has the authority then to work with the applicant and try and modify the operational conditions so that we can achieve what was intended with this project. What I find very strong here, though, is the fact that they are required to do a traffic study and a parking study 6 months after occupancy and then for 2 years following that, because what that does is allows us to have real-time data. Right now, we have assumptions that are in the parking study and in the traffic study, and based on that, we've created a set of conditions for this project. Once we have real-time data, then we know what we're actually looking at, and we have the ability to adjust as needed. So those are just my thoughts.
I have one more question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I just want some clarity on the third dispatch window. The report notes a third daily dispatch can occur on an as-needed basis, but is strictly prohibited between 9 p.m. and 6 a.m. So can someone talk to that? Like, what does that really mean?
So to provide some context in terms of dispatch, we're effectively governed by our collective bargaining agreement, which sets these requirements in terms of how and when we dispatch. Generally, our third dispatch takes place already during our second dispatch. So it is a window that we would have open in the case of a one-off, where if you have to backfill labor, many times this takes place through a phone call, where it'll just be our dispatcher in the office having to do a last-minute accommodation and reach out to someone. It'll be small individuals, but that is what it's referencing.
Got it. That was it.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes, so we received some questions from residents, and it sounds like the presentation answered several of them, which pretty much consisted of access to the facility, unauthorized access, and it sounds like there won't be any unauthorized access. There's a gate that's locked, and somebody that has to come in has to have a permission, pretty much, with the dispatcher, whoever operates the gate.
Correct. And to provide some clarification, the intent behind our gate is it would remain open during our hours of dispatch, of course. That would allow for the free flow of traffic to come in and out. At the time of dispatch completing, we would effectively set a time where it would close, and at that time it would be myself or the dispatcher operating in the back office that would have access to let individuals in. Or this is the effective plan that we have in place. Or individuals would be given a key card or code to enter the property. Nothing has been established yet because we're still in the planning portion, but this is the intent of the property.
Okay, and another question was about the residents who live behind. Any mitigation plans to prevent unauthorized access to come over the 6-foot wall into the residence?
Again, with the coordination of our architects and team, we do plan on having deterrent landscaping to hopefully avoid any unauthorized access. Of course, that's a concern for ourselves as well. We don't want other individuals entering our property without proper authorization.
Okay, and the last question is, will there be a posted phone number to provide for residents to register complaints regarding noise, security, or safety?
So
or
there
is that
would be,
something they should be coming through the city for?
and there would be 2 lines available. It would be our regular business line as well as the dispatcher's business line, which are generally posted online. But I could also share mine as well in terms of a reference for a local contact.
Okay, that's all the questions.
Councilmember Gama.
Just want to commend everybody on a wonderful project, very thorough. The one thing that concerns me is pedestrian safety. And I'm looking through the entire plan and I just can't find the word pedestrian. So my question is, would you be willing to dedicate some time to have a pedestrian safety plan? Because the area is a highly trafficked area, skateboards. Just the other day I saw the Pixie crew come down Surfside Drive, 60+ bicycles. And there's strollers, dog walkers. Right now there's a sign out there that says, watch out for the ducks. But I'm more concerned with pedestrian traffic. I think the plan's solid, and that's the only thing that I would hope that we could elevate and just maybe have some training or some attention given to pedestrian safety.
I would lean on our development team to address that, but I will tell you individually, I'm a pedestrian that regularly walks in the area. I walk in the park, so I do see how that would be an important highlight to have. We'll regroup and look into what we can, accommodate.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, and I agree, this is a very well put together plan, and the building and the grounds look beautiful. I wanted some clarification on the hours of business. You said that the hours of business would be like regular 8 to 5, or do you have a 24-hour operation at all going on in the building, or?
It's not generally a 24-hour operation. As we put in our plan, it's generally a 6 a.m. to what would be 7 p.m. Facility use. Myself, I work a traditional 9 to 5, where I go in 8 in the morning, I leave at 5 p.m. So my office use would end there. And then the dispatcher traditionally wraps up their work and ends around that time. The one-off situation where my office would need to be in use would be if there's an after-hours emergency where I have to go in there and address something that might be taking place on the terminal. I would need access to, my computer and resources.
And then with regards to security, I appreciate the gate being there, just because that area has long reputation for people climbing over the fence and doing illegal things there. And I know Tom Fiala can speak to that, but what other security measures have you taken to make sure the site is secure when you're not there? Do you have a camera system, lights? What's the plan there?
So currently, we do have a system that's been in place. Unfortunately, it was vandalized. So we're looking to replace that. It's been an ongoing issue while we've been working on developing this project. Moving forward with us monitoring the property, obviously, we hope that will not be an issue where our security system is vandalized. But generally, we do utilize a security system on the property to assist with monitoring and alerting us if there's any issue. Again, our priority is to make it a safe property for the community, but also our workers that are there.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Great. Are there any other questions? Great. If there are no other questions, we'll now open the public hearing. It's now open. The time is 8:27. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments?
Yes, we have public comments, and I just wanted to remind you that one of the written comments we received was for this item. We have 9 in-person public comments. I'll call you up in groups of 3 so you can line up and speak. First is Manuel Gonzalez, Armando Mendez, and Kevin Brannon.
That's okay. Take your time.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, staff, audience. My name is Manuel Gonzalez. I've been here before, and I urge you, looking at this dispatch hall, in 1956, when I was a 15-year-old, I was an R number, and I came to work at the old Port of Hueneme, which reminded me of my barracks in the future at Camp Pendleton, California. It was all wood, no heating, no air conditioning, and we used to sit in our cars or sit on the logs outside on the dispatch. And I look at this, breathtaking. I remember the area that was nothing but small little wooden houses on Hueneme Road. So I encourage you to pass this resolution. It'll be great for the longshoremen, for anyone that's around. And when I went to work there, most of the men were World War II and Korean War veterans. And I'm quite sure we have veterans there now. And I know that the port has been a good neighbor. They're green. As far as pollution, as far as noise, the last time I was here, there was a gentleman complaining, and I let him know, why did you move here? The port has been here since the 1900s. And one of your council members, his mother, his aunt, his grandparents were my neighbors in Colonia. And to this day, we're still very close. And you, mayor, your husband, school director, music director. So I encourage you. I'm floored to see this project. Probably even brings tears in my eyes to see that. I thank you so much.
Thank you.
Don't forget about Jess Ramirez in the.
Good evening, council members, mayor, mayor pro tem, and members of our community. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Armando Mendez. I am the president of the ILWU Local 46. I come before you representing the hardworking longshore women and women of the waterfront. Mothers and fathers who have dedicated their lives to the port and to providing their families with honest work. When many people think about the port, they think about the ships, the cargo, the cranes, and the commerce. But for us, the port has always been about the people. It's where generations of families have earned a living. It's where workers have shown up before sunrise, worked through long hours, made sacrifices so their children can have opportunities they never had. It's where values of hard work, responsibility, and community have been passed down from one generation to the next. As we move through this transition of our new dispatch hall, we respectfully ask that the human side of this process is never forgotten. A dispatch hall is more than just a building. It's the heart of our workforce. It is where opportunity begins every day. It represents the livelihoods of hundreds of working families who depend on the port to put food on the table, pay their mortgages, and build a future for their children. Longshore workers are not separate from this community. We are this community. We simply ask for the partnership, respect, and recognition for the generation of workers who we have helped make this port what it is today. So tonight, we simply ask this council and this community to continue walking with us during this transition to our new dispatch hall. As this community moves forward, we hope to move forward together with dignity, mutual respect, and a shared commitment to the hardworking families who are part of the fabric of this city. In closing, I ask that you approve this project for the men and women of the ILWU Local 46. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Community Kevin Brannon, and we have we, the Brannons, have a long standing at the Port of Hueneme. My mom worked for Del Monte. I started working at Port Hueneme Sport Fishing when I was 11 years old. The security is much better now because I used to sneak down there and fish back in the day. And I remember the old longshoreman building that would be out there, you know? It's kind of historic. But then I also remember, I was thinking today, what was I going to say? I remember that facility right there. There was kids in here, and they wanted to keep the facility for usage. And they're going to close it down for cannabis and to grow that whole storage unit. So if you're considering that, and I think it's been gated up since it closed down. It was Calvin's Barbershop and Boxing, and Carlos Soto had an art studio there that had to get out of there. I don't know why I always get nervous around you guys. I'm usually a really good speaker, but like looking at you guys up here, like this is the only place I get butterflies when I talk. I don't know why. Anyway, but yeah, to consider it, man. I mean, look at how when they beautify it, you know what I mean? And I just think it looks great. But again, I know it's been sitting there since it was going to be a cannabis use. And if you considered that and got rid of the kids there and Calvin and Carl that were there, and you won't consider it for the port, that just kind of mind-boggling, you know? And that's it, really, you know? Look at it. Look at the difference between that. And I remember when it used to be a dollhouse, and it was Anacapa Surf and Sports, so it's been through a bunch of different facelifts, and they know that this is going to be taken care of properly, and they're going to be comfortable, and it just makes sense. And I'm sure they're going to do whatever safety things are necessary, you know, working with them and how they take it serious. So I'm just here again as a, what I say, the Brandon's been out over 100 years, right, off of Hueneme Road, and the port's part of that. And I think that I just can't stop staring at it. I mean, look at the difference between what it looks like now and what it's going to look like in the way they're going to run the operation. So I'm just here to support it. Again, thinking about what you guys are going to allow to be there previously. And it never panned out, so it's just been sitting there like an eyesore. I mean, we thought about putting the Guppy Center right there a couple times ourselves, you know. But anyway, just consideration, man, for the port to use that beautiful facility. It's part of the city. I'm sure they're going to do everything in their means to keep it safe, locked up. You want to talk about people there? We did store some of our stuff there for a couple of years while it was vacant. We were able to utilize that facility, and I've seen plenty of stuff going on there as it's been abandoned. So if it's not going to be abandoned and taken care of, it just seems like a no-brainer. So anyway, I wanted to use up all 3 minutes, but I think that's enough. Thanks.
Thank you, Kevin.
Okay, our next three, Jess Ramirez, Richard Rollins, and Arthur Chavez.
Good evening, Mayor, Pro Tem, City Council people. I'm a retired longshoreman, but like Armando said, our hall was like the home and the heart of all the people that worked in the waterfront. It does provide great jobs. I was able to send all my 4 daughters to college, best universities in the country. But one thing that our gentleman from PMA did not mention, and for me, is safety. And all of you should know the dispatch number for the hall. You can call that number and find out exactly how many jobs are available. Now, what happens when we have one gang in Del Monte? That gang consists of 20 people. You'll get maybe 50, 60 people there for those 20 jobs in the port. Now that we have our dispatch hall outside the gates, the only people that are going to go into the port are the 20 people that got those jobs. So that's going to alleviate a lot of traffic going through the streets into the port. And that's what I would, when the idea came about the new hall, I mean, 20 years ago, I was suggesting to our members to buy the Doral Wright Cultural Center as our hall, because that's really what we should have as longshoremen, a beautiful building overlooking the ocean, because that's our livelihood. But they thought I was crazy, so we didn't buy it, see? But first of all, I want to thank PMA for investing $12 million in our community, okay? So that means more money for everyone, the workers and also you guys. So I know you're going to vote for it, so I just want to thank you, all of you, for doing that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rich Rollins, and I've been a resident of the Beach House community, the neighborhood that's going to be right adjacent to the new Longshoreman Union Hall. I've lived there, again, for 17 years, and for most of that 17 years, that area has been an eyesore. And I'm very much impressed by the project as far as how it's going to be beautified, and it's going to have a really good use to the community. However, when I first moved to this community, I moved here because it was a small community, fairly uncongested. Over the past 17 years, that area along Hueneme Road has increasingly got congested. Between increased truck traffic and car traffic, it's gotten very, very congested. This new project, and I hope it works, they become very good as far as like working with our local neighborhood and with the community. But my concern is that there's going to be 135 parking spaces, perhaps 115 used a day, that are going to come directly to that area to get their jobs. And then there's going to be a second trip because of those 115 people that come in, as I think it was just mentioned, 35 or 40 may get the job. So then there'll be another trip over to the port. So it's kind of like a doubled up traffic per se. So I have a little concern about that. I do hope that, the facility is used strictly for professional reasons and for the conduction of business, and that by no means it becomes some kind of a social hall where we have problems with people maybe being too social at the end of their time and going into the community. I'm sure that's not going to be the case from what I've heard these well-founded people, but I want to bring that up because I see a whole lot more increased traffic that hopefully will not affect our community. And, but again, I have seen the negative parts where because it's been an eyesore, we've had a lot of problems with it non being used. So I'm always an advocate that if you have a vacant facility, you want to use it for a productive manner. And I think this will be there, but I hope that these good feelings that I hear, that they do be good neighbors to our 65-unit homes in that area. That's all I have to say.
Great, thank you.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. My name is Arthur Chavez. I'm a local real estate agent and a longshoreman. And I started driving out to that old shack on Hueneme Road in 1986, 40 years ago. So we've transitioned quite a bit. Our industry is $1 billion operation. And from that wooden shack, we went into the port, into a metal building to allow expansion. Now we're asking to expand outside back where we came from. The traffic mitigation is always going to be a concern, but we already have cars going into the port. We're just going to go left, come down the street, and then we're going to go back. Some guys are going to get a job, some guys aren't. We get there at 7 o'clock, get the job, and then you leave. By 8 o'clock, 8:15, that place will be vacant. 5 o'clock, same thing. 6 o'clock, it's vacant. The dispatcher will be there till 7, 7:30, doing her paperwork. If somebody calls, they need a job or something, somebody short, she'll take care of it. After she leaves, she does it on the phone. We want to be good neighbors. We've been here many, many years. We want to have fundraisers for the charity events at the end of the year. We got the Banana Festival, thanks to Jess. We want to be good neighbors. We don't want to be a problem. We've got to work together, get out, and do what we have to expand our money coming in from this operation. And hopefully the city benefits from whatever we can to come together as an endeavor to join hands. I respectfully request that you guys approve our permit and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our last three are Kristen Dekas, Andy Conley, and Thomas Fiala.
Okay, good evening, Madam Mayor, members of City Council. For the record, I'm Kristen Dekas. I'm the CEO and Port Director at the Port of Hueneme, and I'm before you tonight in strong support of this project. And I wanted to start by sharing how incredible our workforce is and how important they are to our port. They move all the cargo, and they are vital to the $3 million in revenue sharing that comes to the city. If we don't have longshoremen working ships, we don't have a port. It's that simple. They worked during COVID, these men and women. They've risked their lives, their health, to make sure our nation, our grocery stores, our citizens, your residents, got food, commodities, automobiles during that hard time. In LA and Long Beach, PMA built a $30 million facility for the longshoremen. And so we worked really hard over the years to ensure that our longshoremen get what they deserve, a state-of-the-art longshore hall. And I believe that this $12 million investment will also bring property tax revenues to the city. Safety and security are paramount. Our U.S. Customs and U.S. Coast Guard partners have been putting pressure on the port for years to bring this union hall outside the gate. So as it was said earlier, you only have those that work at the port on the port for very important security reasons. In fact, we're the only port on the West Coast with a dispatch hall inside the gate. So it's very important that we move this facility to where it should be to support our longshore. And then in closing, these are your constituents. Many work and they live in Port Hueneme. They're very, very generous. I don't know if you recall, but they used to have Alex's lemonade stand here, and this chapter raised the most money of all the chapters to support cancer victims. And they eat in your restaurant, they frequent your shops, and they stimulate your economy, all which promises to increase with the dispatch being in the heart of the city. Thank you for your consideration of this project.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, and City staff. My name is Andy Conley. I'm the President and CEO of the West Ventura County Business Alliance for the Chamber of Commerce serving Port Hueneme, Oxnard, and Camarillo. And on behalf of the WVCBA, our board, and our over 500 member businesses, I'm here to voice support of this project. This project is a great solution to address the need to relocate the dispatch hall outside of the port's gates. This is a space with plenty of room, which is right down the road from the port. As it's been mentioned many times, this will contribute to the beautification and safety of our community. This project also ensures that business stays within the port of the city limits of Port Hueneme, which will utilize local restaurants and services while providing a space that can be utilized by the community. And lastly, this project creates a space with upgraded facilities that the PMA and ILWU can call their own and create efficiencies in their day-to-day operations. So for all those reasons that I mentioned, I ask the council to vote in favor of this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. I'm going to actually speak on two behalfs. So at first, as the commander of the VFW, which is just south of this property, I can tell you we've known about this for about a year. We've been really excited about this. We're really looking forward to it. We have a long history with the longshoremen and the port and a great relationship. It is a kind of a shady area, especially at night, and this will resolve that. We've had homeless people jump the pony wall into the VFW. We've had things stolen from the VFW, so hopefully this will resolve that. Anyway, we're actually really excited about that. The other entity I'm going to represent is Shell Harbor, which actually, if you come on Surfside, take a left on Hueneme Road, it's a complex between Willowbrook and Fifth Avenue. The only concern that we have is the traffic, because it's already kind of a pain in the butt. When you come out at one of our exits, whether it's on Fifth or on Willowbrook, and you're going to try to take a left onto Hueneme Road, I've actually sang all of Bohemian Rhapsody waiting for all the cars to go by. I've had to wait a whole song to be able to turn left. So our concern is the amount of traffic that would be coming down Hueneme Road, and I think it's not a port thing. It's not a longshoreman issue. It's more of if we could sync the two traffic lights, the one on Surfside and Hueneme Road and the one on Ventura and Hueneme Road. If you give us 10 seconds, we can get out of the complex in those 10 seconds. So if there was a way that that could be addressed, that would be best for us, for at least Shell Harbor. But as far as the VFW, we're extremely excited about this. Shell Harbor, we only care about the traffic part. So thank you.
Thank you.
There's no more public comments.
Great. So the public input has concluded. I'll now close the public hearing. The time is 8:48. And we have before us the recommendation to adopt the resolution approving permit number PHPD 25-2, consisting of a development permit and a coastal development permit for the PMA and ILWU facility project. Find the project to be categorically exempt from CEQA and direct staff to file a notice of final location action with the California Coastal Commission following final action. May I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Great. Is there any additional discussion? Go right ahead, Councilmember Lopez, and then Councilmember Gama.
All right, so as an Navy engineer and someone who does program management, it took me 3 days, almost 4 days to get through this. And I have to say, this is a great plan. It was very thorough, very thought out. There was not much to, I couldn't pick anything out. I mean, my questions that I asked, that was it. So it was a great plan. So hats off to staff, hats off to PMA. Great plan. So some of the things that I see here, it meets the light industrial M1 zoning. You guys exceeded the demand for 110 parking spaces. You guys got 137. It exceeds the landscape design. It just meets everything. So everything was well thought of. Hopefully, we maybe could host a job fair there for our local community here for the city of Port Hueneme. But overall, thank you for a very thought out plan, well executed. That's all I got.
Councilmember Perez.
Okay, thank you. So some of the public comments already addressed some of the things that I was going to say, like how it beautifies that area. It's been an eyesore for way too long. The criminal element that's been happening there, the aesthetics. I love the trees and all the vegetation that's going to be happening. Anytime we can improve in our community, that's always a plus. The traffic issues, I understand, are always a concern for community and residents, but when we beautify and improve our community, which we need to do as a small city, we need to find ways of increasing revenue and bringing jobs here. That's always going to increase parking and traffic. So there's not really much we can do about that. The only thing that we can do is try to minimize traffic violations. Hopefully everybody, is good about following the laws and works with our police department if there's any issues. Otherwise, it's a great plan, and I'm excited for it, and I think it's going to be a great addition to that area, so thank you.
Yeah, when I first heard of the plan to move ILW Hall to Surfside Drive, I had some concerns. And I want to congratulate all the parties involved, because if we've been looking for a good example of partnership, and this is it. Everybody didn't get what they want. The ILW, PMA, the city, the police, everybody worked together. And I just want to congratulate all of you for coming together and showing us what a true partnership looks like. And this plan is solid. And I say that with great confidence because our new community development director, when I asked her about this plan, she said it's solid. And she comes to us with great experience and very, very capable in her job. And so it's somebody that I put a lot of stock in. So I appreciate her involvement in that as well. I was looking online about ILW 13, and I really love their safety model. An injury to one is an injury to all. And I hope that ILW 46 can adopt this or a similar motto of safety, because that's our concern. It's just safety for our residents, for the walkers, the dog walkers, the strollers, the skateboarders, the bikers, the surfers, even the boogie boarders. Kevin, where's he at? Oh, he took off. Okay. And so, yeah, I would just want to urge everybody to work to make this an injury-free zone and make safety the way to be when you come to your union hall, and know that our community supports you, and we love the fact that we have you in the city of Port Hueneme. So thank you all for the great work.
I'm excited. I'm really looking forward to this project. I can't wait till we vote on it in just a few minutes, but I want to say to all of you, I look forward to seeing you in our restaurants, in our grocery stores, in our print shops, and laundromats, and dry cleaners, and thank you for making your home in Port Hueneme.
Yeah. Yeah, so again, great report. I had a lot of questions, but as I continued to read through the report, I was just lining them out. So you all got the one question that I had about the containers. So solid presentation, sounds like a solid plan, solid project. And so like everyone else, we're really looking forward to you all coming and working in the city of Port Hueneme, off the port in the city of Port Hueneme. So appreciate your plan and your project and what you've presented us tonight. I think it has been really helpful for us to really see the future of that location. So we appreciate that. All right. So again, we have a motion and a second, and if there's nothing else, we will take a vote.
Councilmember Gama?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez?
Yes.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Hernandez?
Yes.
And Mayor McQueen-Lachon?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank
Nice
you.
work, staff.
Great work. Thank you. All right. So we're going to move to our business item number 8, annual assessments for Assessment District number 87-1, Assessment District number 91-1, and Assessment District number 95-3.
2-minute break, maybe?
Can we just,
Wait.
a request for personal privilege, if we can take maybe a 5-minute break? 5-minute break? All right.
Gotta stretch my legs.
We'll come back at 9.
Who smells like weed? Do I smell weed right now? Smells like weed. Who's got the weed?
Where's our PD when you need them?
Adam, what's going on?
I mean, we actually.
You're the only one here. I'm eating peanuts.
Yeah. Okay, we are going to reconvene to business item number 8, the annual assessment for assessment district number 87-1, district number 91-1, and district number 95-3. Will staff, Mr. Camarillo, present the report?
Good evening again.
Yeah, we did. One vote.
Go to the next slide here. This is an annual occurrence that I come for you and get ready to do the annual assessment districts. What you have before you tonight is adopting the resolutions. So it starts the process with the intent to levy the assessments. So you have 3 separate resolutions for each of the 3 distinct districts. And then it also is asking for you to preliminarily accept the engineer's reports that are part of the package, and then to set the public hearing for 6:30 on the next council meeting. And we will move forward and process all of that after that next meeting. I did have a slide here. I know a lot of times it's confusing looking at the report and getting the numbers straight, so I wanted to make it a little bit easier to see with regards to the 3 districts. So you can see the 3 districts up there on the slide. They're all in the same order. So you can see the beginning fund balances, what the estimated revenues will be collected for the next fiscal year, what the estimated expenses are, what the estimated deficit will be based on that, and then also what the ending fund balances will be for each of those. And then, so for the drainage maintenance, you can see there the numbers that are there. The big one is that it is a deficited assessment. We have existing fund balance though, so with the drainage maintenance district, there is no general fund subsidy because we have existing fund balance. I know you all know that we've been in a multi-year project with cleaning the canal out and doing that. We're also now looking, our arborist has just recently got his pesticide application license, so we are going to go through the process of applying for the aquatic pesticide permit, which will then allow us to use chemical control of the weeds. And the hope is that we do one last final manual cleaning of the canal, and then after that, it will be a process of applying the herbicide there to keep them from coming back. So hopefully that would create a lot less manual maintenance. There are some other things that go along with it. The permit has annual costs. We also have to do a lot of water quality testing. So there's a whole program that goes into place for that. But we're going to be working on that. And even with that, even if it takes us a while to get that in place, obviously we have fund balance to do that. We've been managing that. And we believe that that fund balance that we currently have with the activities that we currently do will be in place for a few years. And then once we get the permit, then we'll have a whole new baseline of costs that we'd be looking at, and then we can see how that works into what we know that we get. The revenues are all based off of parcel units, and it's off the assessor's rolls that they get assessed. So the estimated revenues for all 3 of those aren't changing a lot unless we had some gigantic development happen, which we're not going to have. So if you go back through the years of reports, these revenues don't change very much. Going over to the Parkway and Median, again, you can see all the numbers there. This one has $212,000 deficit, but it would still leave after this next year $170,000 in fund balance. So again, no general fund subsidy for this. There are some things that could be looked at as far as that district goes, on how we either look at how to fund it for the future, or as like we've been talking about with budget tonight, are there ways we can change some other things that would help that fund balance stay a little bit healthier? The third one, lighting, the big numbers that stand out are zero. Zero beginning fund balance and zero ending fund balance. And this is all just straight electrical costs, or street lighting costs. So that one is a general fund subsidy. It's $62,000 and change. So that one is something that we definitely want to look at. If you see down on the bottom there, I put a note there for some future items to address these. The one with the lighting is we're in the middle of preparing a letter that will get sent out for our city attorney and our city manager to look at. But essentially, it's to start a process with SCE to have them do a full service audit. We believe there may be some things that, as the time has gone by, we've converted right now about 90% of our street lights went from the high sodium vapor lighting to the LED lighting, so which is the most energy efficient. But there are other things that SCE offers, but it has to be through a mandated request. So we're going to be doing that and get that process started. So they'll come out and identify everything. They'll look at our tiers that we're being charged and whether they are being charged properly, or perhaps there's something else that they can change as far as the tier level that they charge us for. There's also, as part of that program, they do offer like zero interest loans that allow you to, they give you the money, you make all of the upgrades for like maybe smart controllers that allow you to like dim lighting during non-peak hours, so it consumes much less energy than individually metering the lights. So instead of getting a flat rate, which oftentimes what SCE bases their rates off of, but actual usage. And so then we can see how that changes the bill. So all of that is something that they offer, and that it starts with getting the audit. Other things, like if there are lights that are attached to power poles, those are supposed to be given a complete credit because it's not a standalone item. So, and just driving around, I've looked, there are some, I don't know how many we have. We have 900 lights. How many are on dedicated power poles? I haven't gone around and done all of that yet. But again, the audit will tell us that as well. So there are some things that we can talk about. I know in the past we've also talked about creating overlay districts. So essentially it is to cover the cost difference when you have deficits. Those are Prop 218 items, as our city attorney can explain. Those are not cheap either. I mean, it's a whole, similar to what we do with our utility rates. It's a protest vote. It goes out to all the people that get assessed, and then they can say that they don't want that. But it's an option that we can look at depending on some of these other things that happen. So a lot of different things that we're still looking at and starting on. So we're confident that at least with the lighting, we'll be able to address that, and then some of the other stuff we can look. And our drainage, like I said, we're confident that that one will still be healthy, because we got a good baseline of what we spend every year, and it's been less than what we receive in our revenues. So, and then once we get the permit in place to be able to chemically control, that should be a big help as well. So with that, if you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer them.
Great. Staff, any questions? Okay, let's start on this side this time. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a couple of quick questions. With regards to the herbicide, what kind of herbicide would you be using?
They have a couple of different ones. I know they've tried to get away from some of the more toxic chemicals. I off the top of my head, I don't know, but it's something that would be mandated through the Department of
Fish and Wildlife?
well, they'd have a hand in it as well. But they have a list of chemicals that are acceptable, and then it's got all the data on if you use this, when you do your biological testing, this is what the results have to remain under to make sure you're not over-applicating. So there's a process to it.
I just know when you say herbicide, it generates, people's concern, especially when it comes to the Bubbling Springs Park and the canals.
Yeah, and it's all.
I just want to be able to tell our constituents.
It would all be under the authority of the Department of Pesticide Regulation, so it's
Good to
not
know.
something that we just arbitrarily say, yeah, we're going to use
We're
this
going to
chemical.
use the Roundup and throw it in there. Okay, thank you. And then the street lights. Have you ever considered solar? Is solar been an option that would be less expensive for us? I know you might have
First
some of
one,
the infrastructure.
not, to date, we haven't. There are solar options that are out there. Some of our concerns is where our street lights are placed, especially like in the medians. They're covered by the canopy of the tree, so.
Darn, we're a tree city. Too.
It might not be, knowing where the lights are, there might be a lot of them that might not be ideal candidates because of
Being blocked
where
by the
they're placed in the tree canopies. And then we also get, we know that even with our solar equipment like aero boards and stuff like that, when we have them out and we get those June glooms and that type of stuff, they die because there's just simply not enough solar energy to keep them running. But there might be a handful or a decent amount that could be converted. Some of that, what we have out of the 900, I think 90 some are ours, city-owned. But there's also some programs that we could look, that's part of the audit with SCE, finding ways maybe we can convert those types of things and get those types of credits as well, so.
So you will be looking into that?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. That's all I had.
Great. No, go ahead.
I noticed that and I know this isn't a medium, but the tennis court lights, are they on a timer, or, because I always see them on like at 5, like they'll be on for a few hours before it gets dark, and so I was just wondering who pays for the tennis course lights?
That would be a Gabby question.
Okay. All right. And then when it comes to the chemical controlling of the reeds, do you remove them first and then applicate it?
Yes, that's the ideal
So that the
scenario.
roots don't reestablish, I guess?
Well, you cut them down. Obviously, you remove them, but as they start to grow back, as soon as they start to come out, is when you spray them. So then it similar to like a Roundup type situation. You spray the plant, and it's exposed to the light, and then it absorbs and it goes all the way down into the roots and it kills it. So then it dies and it doesn't come back.
Yeah.
So that's the same theory and process that.
Yeah, because it's always amazing. I've seen you, not you personally, but remove the reeds, and then like 2 weeks later, there they are, like 6 inches.
They grow
like
very quickly.
Crazy. And then in the mediums, we do not water the mediums anymore. Is that true?
No, we don't.
And so has the workload gone down? Because I noticed like some of the mediums, all the ivy is gone and it's just dirt. And then on the right side of Ventura Road that goes up to the wall, that's considered a medium too? We don't water that anymore too?
No, it's those are considered parkways. So the medians are islands that are down the middle of the road, and the parkways are off to the side,
Right,
but
so-
still in the right of way.
Because people have come up to me and said, you know, how come the city doesn't take care of it? And it's like, well, I believe the state said we can't. Is that,
We can still.
but it's just dirt, you know?
We can still because they're not grasses. We can still water those, but when we were in the different stage of the severe part of the drought, nothing could be watered, period. And so a lot of the stuff died off during that time frame. And so now it's a matter of, do we want to replant that, or what are we going to do? And if we do, we definitely want to consider upgrading all the irrigation to drip irrigation to it. So it's not a cheap fix.
Right. That's it.
No, I had the solar question, so it was already asked and answered.
Councilmember Lopez?
Yeah, so I'm just curious, how does SCE? I'm curious, like, how does SCE actually, we have 900 lighting poles throughout the city. How are they just based on per light pole is how they're calculating the cost?
That's what the audit will tell us. Traditionally, they had the flat rate fee. So no matter what, they were just charging you for providing electricity to the lighting. But now, we've retrofitted 90% of our lights, but that traditional fee with the high sodium vapor lighting, those are energy intensive. And so they were trying to capture all of what they needed to power those lights. So we want to see if, as we've retrofitted, have they taken those flat rate fees off, or are they still charging us under an old method for a new technology?
That's what it sounds like to me, because it doesn't make sense looking at how it's, you know, our costs are increasing, but yet we're becoming more efficient with our lighting as we transition to LEDs. That stuck out of my mind. I was like, well, if we're 90% done?
Yes.
But our bills keeps escalating, which makes no sense to me. And then each of our funds, each of our districts are we're running deficits. It's concerning, and it's directly impacting the general fund. So, regarding Proposition 218 constraints for these districts, is that the goal, is to increase revenue through 218? Is that our fix?
Again, the thought process of even a 218 for this, we'd still have to do a study if we're going to, because we have to be able to assure that the rate that's being charged isn't any more than what it takes to cover the costs of the district. So the goal would be to figure out what the costs are moving forward, and we got a really good idea of what it is. Obviously, with electricity, we don't know. But then knowing what, if we get to the point where there is no more money in any of those districts, it's like, here's how much it costs. So here's how many parcels are assessed for the drainage district or the Parkway and Median district. And then figuring out what needs to be charged in order to cover all those costs. And again, the mention of the overlay district, we have the district that exists. We'd want to do an overlay district, so that would be the only portion going out to the public, because if we put the entire thing out and then it was voted down, then we'd lose everything, and we don't want to do that.
Got it.
Yeah, and if I can jump in on that too, I was telling Fred before this meeting that I actually really like this item, because I think it really illustrates what we're trying to do across the whole budget and how we're trying to do things. Because to your point, the easy thing to do would just be to say, we got to go back to the voters and tell them they got to pay more, and the ratepayers, and have them pay more, right? But I think Fred shows with this slide that Public Works has been looking at how we can actually address it creatively or with efficiency, and we're going to try that first, you know. And I think that really speaks to like what we've really been doing with the budget. I think, you know, today I heard a little bit from some members of the audience, you know, sky is falling, but the sky's not falling. We just identified what our budget actually is finally and really know what we can actually afford. And we're actually, like, you can't deal with the problem until you know there's a problem, you know? And so, okay, same thing here. It's like, okay, we see where the issues are. Now let's start coming up with a plan to address it. And as Fred noted, you know, lighting, first step, have SCE audit it. You know, first step wasn't just tell people to pay more because we don't want to do any work, you know? And then same thing, drainage maintenance, first step, let's try to figure out a way to do the reed removal more efficiently. And then if that doesn't work, we might have to come back and talk to people. So the Parkway and median one, admittedly, that one I think is the struggle that we're trying to figure out how we can do that one more efficiently. And so, you know, in some cases, there's just going to be the answer of like, you know, okay, this one, you know, are people going to be happy with a lower level of service, or do we need to talk to people about what a higher level of service costs? So that one may be the one where we end up having that conversation. But I just wanted to speak to it because I think it's really the situation we're having across our whole budget is we're looking at every category and going, okay, we've been upside down on this for 10 years. How do we finally start tackling it? You know, so thank you.
I guess the last question was, I'm a solar guy, you know, I believe in clean power, and there are really good systems out there. CPA funds a lot of initiatives, so you guys should look into that. So the question is, you should maybe look at modeling. Have you looked at modeling in LA County? They use solar streetlights.
Yeah, no, we have not looked at that yet. One of the things that did come out, though, was some grant opportunities that are coming up that they're looking for projects. So that was one of the discussions the city manager and I had was, let's do that. They're looking for active projects. They want projects. Yeah. So getting some and testing like certain lights within the medians and all that and see, do they work? Will they work with the tree canopy, or is that a bad idea?
I'm talking like in areas that can
be done. Yeah, well, we can do that. Areas where it's not blocked, we know that those will work. I mean, we know that other agencies have used them, especially back in the east, they use them a lot. Yeah. So there are abilities to be able to look at that, but also see, can we commit to doing it citywide, even in areas that may not get good sun. So yes, we're going to be looking at that as well.
Thanks. That's all I got.
Great, thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments?
No public comments.
Great, if there's no other questions. So we have before us 3 items. Adopt the resolution of the City Council of the City of Port Hueneme declaring its intention to order a levy and collection of assessments for the Lighting Maintenance Assessment District, number 87-1, for the Parkway and Meeting Assessment District, number 91-1, and for the collection of assessment for the Port Hueneme Drainage Maintenance Assessment District, 95.3, all for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2026, and ending June 30th, 2027. May I have a motion and a second?
Move to approve.
Second.
Great. Any additional discussion or comments?
Good job, Fred.
If not, we'll go ahead and take a vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you, Mr. Camarillo.
Thank you.
We're going to move to item number 9, Boca Park Neighborhood Parking Layout. Staff, please present the report.
Madam Mayor, if I may interrupt, I think I'm going to recuse myself from this item. I'm within the 1,000-foot circle. Boca Park falls within my 1,000 feet. And while I don't think there's any conflict of interest financially, I just, for perception reasons, I will recuse myself from this item.
Okay.
Okay?
Great, thank you. Mr. Camarillo, over to you.
Nice snacks.
Yes, so the item before you is some improvements for the Boca Park neighborhood parking layout. About a year ago, we presented a citywide neighborhood parking analysis that identified citywide some things that easy fixes, if you will say, you know, adding some red curb at drain inlets, stop signs, some different things that oversized vehicle, the ordinance, stuff like that, to try and citywide get more access for parking. So part of that analysis, and there's the technical memorandum that's part of the package, identified specific things for each area. They broke it out into, I believe, like 6 or 7 different zones. Boker Park had hit its own recommendations. So one of the things that we've come up with, and that's the slide that's up on there, we've looked at creating angled parking in this specific area. So it would be between Hemlock and Boker right there, and then extending just past Boker Drive over towards the park on Sharon, and in between Sharon Lane. So with that, we're looking at potentially getting somewhere between 11 and 15 parking spaces. I know that the technical memorandum actually had 13 and 2, but as you can see, there's some markups on this drawing there, and so we've taken some different radiuses to allow for large vehicles and worked off of the dimensions of what are given to us out there. So we're looking for you to approve us having a formal plan done that will complete this analysis and give us the actual measurements to lay it out properly. And even with that, we've assumed worst case scenario and best case scenario. So we know and we're confident that it will get at least 11 additional spaces and up to 15 based on how the final drawing is done. One thing that isn't mentioned in the staff report, but it's mentioned in the fiscal impact, is there would be an appropriation of money that's needed. I failed to put that in the recommendation to appropriate the money for it. It would be gas tax fund, so it wouldn't be affecting the general fund. We'd appropriate $8,000 of gas tax funds to fund the study and then the work. If you have any questions?
Can I just add one thing quickly? So there were some residents who had previously come and asked for this item to be on the agenda, and they were actually here earlier, and so the meeting went long, so I told them I would note that they were here. And they said, like, generally, obviously, I think we all know this, we've all talked about it, but obviously they said Boker is a challenge, you know, this Boker area is a challenge for parking. And they had said that generally one of the issues they had was that people do sort of park, like, sporadically, and they park in a way that, you know, where 2 cars could fit, you can't really get 2 cars in there. So they did just say generally the idea of, like, more striping so that people are parking more efficiently and not taking up multiple spaces would be well received. So, so I think for us, we had identified this as sort of like an easy way to get some spaces and try to help with that. So, is it going to solve everything near Boker? Even, you know, I was going to say probably not, but really, it's like, even if it really did solve everything today, this is going to be an ongoing challenge as we just see more and more density. So there isn't one thing to solve everything, but we think it's a good first step to try to give some help and relief. So.
Yeah, I know this is probably not under the city's purview, but I'm always a little concerned about this parking, and even when we do things like this, right? What prohibits people from now not parking in their garage, now parking in the street, and it really doesn't really do. I mean, there's additional spaces, right?
Yeah.
And so we don't have a control over the HOA, communicating to people that you cannot park your car, you know, unless you use your garage first.
Yeah.
But that's just the only concern that I continue to have with issues like this.
Yeah.
Is we keep working, and we don't know if people are now
Yep.
just taking up spaces now.
Yeah, and
know
that's just gotten harder, and it's probably going to keep getting harder
Yeah.
too, as all the ADU rules and all the state
Right.
mandates. When, in 10 years ago, 15 years ago, there were cities that would actually do things like they'd require you to prove, anytime you came in for a permit, they would require you to show that you could have
Right.
2 cars parked in the garage, for example.
Right.
Well, now we can't even really, like, that's not a thing anymore, because it's just, the state rules allow people to convert their garages whether we like it or not. So that's where it goes back to, like, we know that there's a lot of factors, and the idea is that's supposed to help with affordability, and that's great, but also then we get the complaints when people can't park anywhere near their house because of that. So we're trying to help where we can,
Yeah,
but
yeah. Go ahead.
On the left side of the top diagram, what does that 41 mean? I'm trying to figure it out here and I can't.
Oh, it's 41 feet from
41 feet.
the limit line to that angled first parking line.
And that is 41 feet because does it match up to your legend here? Okay, maybe.
Well, and it's not to scale. And
Okay.
that's what the NTS is for.
Thank you. Everyone else has a.
Lopez.
So the only question I have is are any of these parking spaces, are they going to be impact to like trash collection?
No, because all of those units there have the stuff on the back in the alley, so.
Okay, perfect. And this looks like a very good, I mean, I saw it during the last year's presentation, and it's a good start. It's low-hanging fruit that we could grasp, right? So I'm curious to see how the residents respond to this, and yeah. So thank you for the work.
Mm-hmm.
This really does show the constraints that we're dealing with, though. I mean, it puts it into perspective. You put a multi-level parking structure. No, I mean, it's tough. Boulker area is a very condensed neighborhood, and it's tough. So, yeah, good job on identifying additional parking.
How many spaces do you say we're gaining?
Somewhere between 11 and 15. Once we verify the turning radiuses, because we don't want to put a space too close where a large vehicle, if they're turning, would not have appropriate space to make that turn safely.
And Sharon is just right across, where it says continued below.
Yes.
Sharon is
it's-
right across the street where you're gaining this additional. Now, you said the number includes the 5 spaces on Sharon, or right off Sharon by the park?
Yes, so you have those spaces and then.
Across the street, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right, any other questions? Do we have any public comments?
We just had the one written public comment that we received earlier, but no in-person public comments.
Great. Okay, so we have before us a recommendation to authorize staff to prepare a detailed design and proceed with implementation of the proposed parking layout using angled parking along the east side of Boca Drive between Sharon Lane and Hemlock Street to continue to address parking needs in the Boca Park neighborhood. May I have a motion and a second?
And we need to appropriate the $8,000 from the gas tax fund.
Okay.
Move to approve
Okay.
staff's
included in-
recommendation, including the $8,000 appropriation.
Okay, sounds
Second.
good. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion or comments? If not, Madam Clerk, please take roll, please.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes 4-0 with Mayor Pro Tem Hernandez absent.
Okay, great. Now we're going to move to our final item, Senate Bill SB 707, open meetings, and teleconference requirements. Over to, no, it sounds like it should be our city
I'm
attorney.
going home.
Staff?
It's actually going to be our city clerk, Georgiana, is going to walk us
Oh, okay,
through it.
wonderful.
It's all the new Brown Act updates and state requirements, so.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, bear with me. My throat's a little itchy, so hopefully I'll get through it. Yes, so we have the Senate Bill 707 updates, like James said, just all the new requirements. It's a major overhaul of the Brown Act. And it only applied to eligible legislative bodies, city councils and cities with populations over 30,000. So we thought we got lucky, but then it said city councils located in counties with populations over 600,000. So that makes us meet this eligibility requirement. There were requirements, and they came like in 2 phases. The first one was January 1st, 2026, that requirements were, and then the next upcoming ones are July 1st, and those are a little bit more substantial. To the next slide. The next slides will go over the requirements. The first ones were January 1st, 2026, and we had to provide Brown Act copies to all elected and appointed members, which we did. Also maintain a list of available meeting locations for legislative bodies. Those were also provided. And remote participation. We don't get a lot of requests for this, but when we do, the city will provide accommodations as needed. And it just expanded the just cause and emergency circumstances that were put into place during COVID. And also, if you have a disability, you can also, it will count as a quorum. And if your disability doesn't allow you to be on video, you don't have to be on video. There's also the social media, AB 992, which removed the sunset date. So now this is indefinitely, and it allows council members to interact with the public. And it just kind of clarified it so that you know that you can respond to posts on City Matters, but you cannot like, share each other's thumbs up, none of that.
Is that prohibition, so under the current Brown Act, I could talk to one council member about anything, but I can't talk to other council members about the same thing. Does that apply here? So if I respond to social media something, and then I talk to the mayor and say, hey, look what I did, is that allowed?
So it's actually gone through a change. Prior to this, we would have told you not to comment or like or do anything on social media at all. The new rule is that you are now expressly allowed to like and comment on other people's posts, even if you're both commenting on the same post. So if George Smith says something about the city, you comment something on that post.
That's not true.
Before, that used to be a problem if anybody else did. Now, you all can have separate comments on that posts. However, you can't like or comment on each other's posts or comments. I know it's layered, but commenting on each other's comments or liking each other's comments or liking or commenting on each other's posts, still strictly prohibited, even one-on-one.
Is it recommended to start with the disclaimer, I'm not speaking as an individual council member, I'm not speaking on behalf of the entire council?
It doesn't change anything as far as the law is concerned. I think of it like those signs on the back of gravel trucks that say not responsible for broken windshields. You can say anything you want, but it doesn't exempt you from law by saying that. So,
But if I were to, and I think I have, if I were to respond to a post, I usually start out by saying, I'm speaking on behalf of myself, individual council member, not the entire city council. So you're saying that's not necessary?
correct. I'm saying that whether you say that or not would not protect you or change anything as far as the law is concerned on it. You can certainly say that if you want to make clear that you're acting on your own, that this isn't a city issue. But as far as the Brown Act issue goes of commenting or liking on each other's posts, it would be irrelevant.
Now, I'm assuming you're not talking about, oh, Laura had a barbecue and I'm liking the fact that she had a barbecue.
Correct.
This is about city business
That's
only,
correct.
or something that could come before us that we could vote on.
Exactly the same as in a real life conversation, yes.
So so not even one. Before it was, the Brown Act was
If
more
one
than
person
two.
did it, you should be careful about whether you
Now
do it.
it's no, zero.
Well, now it's on each other's.
Yeah, on
It's
each other's,
zero.
zero.
But on anybody else's, all five of you could theoretically comment separately on
Okay.
somebody else's post. It's kind of a crazy evolution as we're trying to get through the digital age here and figure out what constitutes a communication.
Right.
So I have a, if I may, have a scenario. So what if somebody outside the council posts something related to city business, such as even an item, let's say it's an item that's been discussed in closed door, and a council member answers the item?
Well, somebody disclosing something that happened in a closed session is committing a crime, and if they're posting it on
What if
social
it's a-
media, then I would stay as far away from that post as
What
possible.
what if it just doesn't reveal what was in closed session, but mentions the topic of a closed session item?
You mean like what's on the agenda, on the closed session agenda? Well, you can disclose what's on the closed session agenda, just as we publish a closed session agenda. So the same, but that still is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city, so commenting on that, again, would be allowed, but commenting or liking on each other's comments would not be. Or if one of you were to post, hey, the closed session agenda tonight includes this, which would be perfectly allowable, if one of you posts that, the rest of you should avoid liking or commenting on that post. Does that make sense?
Just love these hypotheticals. So tonight we went in a closed session, published labor negotiations.
Correct.
SEIU did a public comment. And if they were to post now some feeling that may have or may not have happened, occurred in closed session, then they would not know, and so we should just stay away from it 100%, right? I mean, there's
Well, you're asking what you're allowed to do and what you should do.
Well, I
What
would-
you're allowed to do is if they were to say that, you are allowed to comment back on it if you want to. In fact, all 5 of you could, as long as you didn't interact with each other on that.
But we're not going to disclose.
Whether that's a good idea for you to do or not is a different question. I would not recommend engaging specifically in this context because you have a negotiation going on and that kind of engagement would hamper those negotiations. So my recommendation, my advice as an attorney might be, hey, don't comment on that post, let the negotiators do their job, and you tell your negotiators what you want in closed session. That would be my advice. If you're asking if it's legal for you to, the answer would be yes, you
Yeah.
could.
But I think what I'm trying to, what you said, but what I'm trying to get out of it is that the law, say rule or law, in closed session is called closed session because you're discussing things that are not for public knowledge.
Correct.
And so at any time, we should never disclose
In person,
anything that
on
was.
social media.
Yes.
And in an email, in a
I think that's-
text.
That's what I just want to
Yeah.
make sure that we
And-
understand.
yeah.
I mean, let's say, for instance, there was a comment about, we talked about, just for an example, we talked about the SEIU was here tonight. And someone made a comment, like they made here in the room, oh, they're not going to do anything or whatever. Then we absolutely shouldn't say what we talked about.
Correct.
Right? But it's okay to say, we're still in discussions, and because that's public knowledge.
That we had a closed
That we
session and
had a
this
clo-
was the topic,
yeah.
those are all, that's
That's
fine.
it,
But
right.
yeah, talking about
No.
anything specific that was discussed in the closed
Right,
session
right.
Would be against the law. And
Against the law, yeah.
I've seen council members prosecuted for it before too, and it's not pretty.
Yeah.
I had a question. So let's say, prior to this agenda was released, and I'm gonna do a social media post,
Let me hijack.
advocating for Boker Park, giving my 2 cents, and then say, Councilmember Gama gives me a thumbs up. And then say, Mayor Pro Tem Hernandez gives me a thumbs up. Then that's,
Yeah, I would say that you would absolutely not advise that you do that. No.
yes, correct. Okay.
Or any emoji or
Right,
reaction
right.
or
Got
anything that's communicating in any way.
Councilmember Gama had the question about the statement about representing yourself, not the council. So that's not required by law, but that is in your council policies and procedures. So that should be something when you're, the council's agreed that to identify whether you're speaking on your own behalf or on the council's behalf. So,
Okay, I have one last question. Are we in questions, right?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think
we're
she had
just-
finished her
There-
presentation.
oh,
I think we
sorry.
hijacked her
All right,
presentation.
okay.
If we
No,
want to let her
but
finish.
if it's,
and
I'm like, if it's on the same topic, please.
if it's on the social media, then
Okay.
we're off social media. Let her continue.
Okay, so the next or the last requirement on this one I had mentioned is the oral report required in open session for final actions on executive compensation. So we kind of already did this with the city manager, but now it's been expanded to department heads and other administrative comparable officers. And then now for July 1st, 2026, all open and public meetings must include a two-way telephonic or audiovisual attendance option. So we're gonna meet this requirement by utilizing Zoom.
So we're now allowing public to be on Zoom again? Or have we always done that?
Required to, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
No, it was required kind of required during COVID, and then we got rid of it, and then now we have to bring it back.
Oh, got it.
But they can now give their public comments on Zoom.
Correct.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? So Zoom will be on our screens. We're not going to go to the TV in front of us, or how's that going to work?
No, Zoom will be on your screens like how we have Zoom. We can, if that doesn't work, we can look at putting it there. However we want to do it, but we'll start with Zoom. And just because we're using Zoom doesn't mean that we can't change later to telephonic, or if we want to have video or not video, it'll be at your discretion, because I know we had the whole hate speech comments and stuff. So if we run into issues, we can always adjust as we go along.
Forgot about that. Remember that?
So the next one is adopt a policy addressing disruption of telephonic or internet service during meetings. Because we're going to have Zoom and all that, we're now required to adopt this policy, and that's actually what this item is for, to adopt a resolution with that policy. And it follows the SB 707 guidelines, which requires us to recess in an open session for at least 1 hour or until service is restored, whichever is sooner. So if they restore the service within 5 minutes, then we can continue on. If not, then they have to at least keep trying for the hour. And after that point, you'd have to conduct a roll call vote confirming that good faith efforts were made and that the public interest in continuing the meeting outweighs the need for remote access. If it was during a closed session, you are allowed to continue to meet in closed session. And the next one is meeting agendas must be translated into applicable languages. And that is a 20% threshold from the American, I forgot what it was. I don't have it right here. Oh, I do. No, from the American Community Survey. So we pulled that information. Only Spanish right now meets that threshold. It's about, Spanish is spoken by approximately 42% of Port Hueneme residents, and approximately 35% speak English less than very well. So we definitely have to translate those. All other languages, none of them even came close. So we don't have to do those. And it's only the agenda, not the agenda packet and other materials.
Let me just back up once. So if we have several people on Zoom and we lose them, we have to go into recess until we restore them?
Correct.
For 5 minutes? No?
For an hour, unless you restore it sooner, but you have to do at least an hour.
So we stop the meeting.
You stop the meeting and you keep trying until either you fix it or an hour has passed by.
But it's for connectivity, not for a individual that gets disconnected.
Correct. Our
okay.
Our connectivity,
Okay,
not their difficulty getting.
Yes.
If they have something problem going on their end. If everything else is functioning, no, we keep going. But if our system goes down,
I have a
then-
silly question. What
then
if
we have to
nobody's participating on Zoom and our system goes down?
same thing.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Okay, and then the other one is we have to have an accessible internet webpage that must be translated into Spanish. That's directly linked on our homepage. We already do this now with our English translated, so we'll also just have one for the Spanish translation, which will take you to a page that's in Spanish. And the last one I noted was we need to provide a place, a physical location that's next to where we already post the agendas outside for the public to post agendas. So I myself have to post the agenda in English and Spanish, but we have to allow a space for the public to post an agenda in any translated language that they want.
By request?
By request, but they don't even have to come request it. It's freely accessible to them 24/7, so they can post it whenever they want to. I will put a disclaimer on there that says that the city does not verify, does not review, because we're not going to be looking at it. And then also that we can remove it after, the meeting day, or if if it's not an agenda translation, like somebody put lost dog up there, we can take that down
Our
immediately.
agenda, they're translating our agenda.
Correct.
So the idea would be like if we had a group of residents who, let's say, spoke Tagalog and they wanted to do a service and provide the agenda for other residents who spoke it. We have to put a board up that would let them do that.
Sounds good.
Silly question. So our agenda is behind a glass cabinet.
This one will not be.
This will not be. Okay. Okay.
So Georgiana and I spent a couple hours looking at catalogs of different bulletin boards and things like that. So.
Yes.
Are you all done?
Yes, so that concludes the presentation, and if you have questions.
Yes, so in the report, I saw that the bill mandated full transition for.
Oh, your mic, sorry.
I saw that the bill mandated full translation, and I know that we had met the Spanish threshold. So sometimes Spanish, if you take, say, an app and you translate it to Spanish, sometimes it doesn't register right. So how much of a workload increase is that going to cause for you?
Well, I don't speak Spanish myself, so I would have to use one of our bilingual pay employees to help with that. Hopefully it's pretty accurate, and I won't know until we start doing it, but hopefully they'll be able to just read it and it'll be as close as possible.
Oh, it does pretty good.
Yeah.
But sometimes it gets it wrong too. So I was just curious to how, if it was going to increase your workload.
Not mine, well, it will as far as posting it, but it will increase somebody else's.
Yeah, and it is just,
Yeah.
there's like 2 points that I was trying not to say, but I'm going to say. But just, this is another unfunded state mandate. The state says we have to do all these things and it's going to cost us money and we have to do it. And then everybody's heard my vent, but the state did exempt one agency from having to do all these things, and that is they exempted themselves from having to do all these things.
Oh my God.
And so I always just say the one-size-fits-all state policies are not intended to really make life easier for us or help us with our budget situation or anything like that. It's also actually a reason why some of those challenges we're working through in the budget is all these new things like SB 1383 and SB 707 that have costs that we have to now figure out how to do without any funding coming in for them. But it's going to be some work. We're going to try to make it just like with everything, we try to make it as simple as possible so we're not having to do a whole lot of extra work, but it's some work and some cost up front.
We're trying to use what we have already, but even like the posting of the agendas outside. They barely fit the English versions right now, so we have to purchase another one to accommodate the Spanish ones.
Any other questions?
That was it.
No other questions? Any public comments?
No public comments.
Great, thank you. So we have before us a recommendation to receive and file this SB 707 informational report and to adopt a resolution adopting technology disruption policy for. Is disruption the right word? Disruption policy for the disruption of telephonic and internet service during public meeting. Is there a motion and a second?
So moved. So moved.
Second.
Any other discussion, additional discussion? No, Madam Clerk, please take roll.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Okay, great, thank you. Next item is the city manager comments and report.
Thank you. I have a couple of quick items. Can you pull it up? I'll try to
Thanks for
make it.
hanging in there.
Try to go through them quickly. We heard mentioned earlier that the Miranda Park playground opening is coming soon, so we've now scheduled that for Tuesday, June 9th from 5 to 6 p.m. And we are going to bring Mr. Softy just like we did at Bolker Park, so hopefully that gets a crowd out there. So we're hoping to see everybody on Tuesday, June 9th for that. We also wanted to take the opportunity to announce the Movies in the Park lineup, and it's on the flyer there starting June 27th at Wainimi Beach Park with Lilo and Stitch and running through September. We'll have 4 of those this year, 3 at Wainimi Beach Park and 1 at Bolker Park. So, also referenced earlier, I know we had the APWA, American Public Works Association, director out last council meeting, and he awarded our Public Works Department with an award for 2025 Project of the Year award. So I was able to join our Public Works team out at their annual award ceremony a few days after that. So it was great to see our Public Works team out there sort of getting the recognition they deserve. They actually they made Fred and Brian Flamenco, who are the 2 leads on the project, they made them actually give a presentation explaining everything. And it was great to see them do that. And it also just reminded you of all the things that could have gone wrong on that project and all the things that they were able to balance. So we just wanted to tell them congratulations one more time for all the work involved in the recognition. Also wanted to thank everybody who joined us for the Memorial Day ceremony and paddle out tribute on May 25th. I think we had a pretty good turnout. Pretty much all the seats were taken, and there was some standing room in the back, but it was good turnout, and our paddle out was good, although the water was too cold for me this year, so I passed on it. But we wanted to thank everybody for coming out to that event this year. And as mentioned earlier, annual parking permit time is here, so we are announcing annual parking permits are now available. And so we just wanted to remind people that it's that time of year again, and if you have a permit, an annual permit, it's coming up on, you're entering the last 30 days or so of those being valid, and it's time to get your new one. So. For June 15th, we have several items scheduled, starting with a Juneteenth proclamation and the Wainimi Beach Festival community invitation. On consent, we plan to bring back the crossing guard contract for approval, conflict of interest notice for review, and we also have worked with the Navy base Ventura County to put together a 1-year guardrail agreement, so we'll bring that forward. We'll also have public hearings for the, we had the assessment districts on the agenda today, but it'll be the public hearing to actually do the levy and collection for those. We'll plan to present to the urban water management plan, and then it's also that time of year to for the council to review the Hero Award applications, and then as we mentioned earlier to some residents that brought up short-term rentals, we're also planning to bring back some options regarding some of the areas that the council asked us to look further at for short-term rentals, and it'll be the first step in making some of those adjustments. So pretty full agenda, but that is the plan for June 15th, and that's all I have today.
Great, thank you. We'll move on to the council members' report. Start with Councilmember Lopez.
Over the last 2 weeks, I attended the Economic Develop Community Collaborative. We had been on hiatus for a month, so it's good to get back to it, and they're gearing up for the Olympics. So there's a lot of and the World Cup. So there's a lot of talk, a lot of activity going on there. I also attended the Ventura County Family Justice Center Foundation 2026 Hope Gala. It was really a lot of inspiring talk. They honored Julia Brownlee for her advocacy securing federal funds for the Justice Center, a new one that they're going to be building in the TL area. We already got the Oxnard, Ventura, so now Thousand Oaks. And then also they honored the late Honorable Judge Colleen Toy White, posthumously recognized for her translative work. She pretty much created the justice, the one-stop shop. So it was good. It was a good event. And that's all I have. Thank you.
I attended my meetings, but I have nothing to report back on.
Attended the Beacon meeting on, Friday the 22nd. We discussed our budget. Voted unanimously for a 15% increase, which is close to $5,000, maybe $6,000 increase. I think we're going to discuss later on in our agendas about how we're going to fund, or an alternative way to funding Beacon through the Community Benefit Fund. So anyways, that'll be a very lively discussion, I think, and trying to get Beacon to take on our lobbying effort for our dredging cycles. And the interesting thing about Beacon is Santa Barbara, Ventura, and City of Port Hueneme were the three jurisdictions that depend on either annual dredging or biannual dredging. And so there seems to be a better relationship with the Army Corps of Engineers. But I learned this meeting that the Army Corps of Engineers cannot advocate for their funding levels, which kind of makes sense to some of the frustrations that we have in pursuing and making sure that, our funding levels are there. So it just reaffirms the importance of having a really strong relationship with our congressional representatives and start long in advance of the 2-year cycle. We're going to have the dredge back this year, and then we should start working in earnest to get the funding for 2 years out. Because right now we don't have the funding for 2 years out. We got the funding for the next 1 year anyway. So it's always learning experience, and I think we're in a much better position today than we were 6-7 years ago. But it's still going to be a struggle. Miranda Park has come to life, and I spent a lot of time walking the dog out there. And the other day, between pickleball, basketball, baseball practice, and the new playground equipment, I counted like 73 persons in the park. And parking is becoming an issue out there in the morning with the pickleballers. The seniors really have an amazing following of pickleballers. And so, it's so nice to see the park come to life, and it really is coming to life. And the playground equipment is it's being used at a high level, and so I'm real appreciative of that. Last night, was it last night, Kevin? Real Guppies?
That was Sunday, yeah.
Sunday night, yeah. Mayor and I attended a Real Guppies annual fundraising. It was a hoot. This guy was nervous about speaking tonight. You should have seen him last night. He was on a roll. But it was a really, really great fundraising event. It was fun, and we had a really good time. And records were shattered. So that's it.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Got a couple items. Channel Counties Dinner is coming up on June 16th, League of California Cities Channel Counties Group. Registration is $20. I think, Georgiana, you put out the link to how people could register. I would really like to see a good showing from our city council. It'll be at the Crown Plaza Hotel in Ventura, and speakers to be determined. BCOG has our upcoming meeting. We have 2 topic areas. We'll be addressing street vendors, and thank you to Councilman Gama. We'll be talking about motorized bicycles. I'll let you know of the date when that comes up. Also, I was very happy to, with everything happening in the world right now, it was really a positive event to attend the commencement exercise for Cal State University Channel Islands and see Javier Gomez receive an honorary doctorate degree along with Dr. Cynthia Herrera. But most inspiring was to see the number of graduates who walked the graduation line.
That guy
and
right there.
Well, he's at Cal Lutheran. I was going to get to him. And it was just really inspiring to see the many graduates that graduated in the morning and then later in the afternoon. Those are our future leaders, and I was just felt so inspired by the number of graduates that are moving on and hopefully planning to stay in Ventura County and work in Ventura County. And then I wanted to extend congratulations to Adam Vega for his graduation from Cal Lutheran University. I'm sorry, it's getting late. So congratulations, Adam. And then Ventura County Library Foundation is having a garden tour this Saturday, June 6th, starting at 12 noon to 4 o'clock. There's about 9 different sites, including the settling ponds, I should say, over in Ventura. I have tickets. If anybody's interested, they're complimentary tickets. Just let me know. You might have to fill out a form 700 on those, but it's going to be a great event. You'll get a free Ventura County coffee table book and a goodie bag. So if you're interested in attending, just send me a message and I'll make sure you get a ticket. And then as far as reporting out, I'd like to hear more about what's going on with Housing Inc. Because I understand they've met, right? And I haven't heard anything about what's going on with them, so. Oh, I was eating pizza. And
What,
all my face.
can you tell me, what was the Crown Plaza event?
That's the League of California Cities. You went
Oh,
last
yeah,
year.
yeah.
Mhm.
So, Wainimi Housing Inc., we did meet. We're in the process of writing all our instructions. So we were going through our financial reports. And so the first draft had some, minor discrepancies and went back. And so we're, with the board's approval, that we're gonna hopefully get it signed in our next meeting. But it's moving fast.
Okay. We also did our policies and procedures.
Yeah, policies and procedures are.
Right now, it's administrative stuff.
Okay, good to know.
Yeah, and Willowbrook, like Jessica had mentioned, Willowbrook is going to fall under the portfolio of HHI. Probably it's going to close escrow, I think, next month. We're really close.
Okay, good to know. Yeah, I was kind of concerned what was going on with Willowbrook, so thank you.
Anything else?
That's it.
Okay, great. So got a chance to attend the Voices of Hope that Councilmember Lopez did. Great event. I was at Miranda Park today for the first time, and good thing I didn't listen to Councilmember Gama, who told me to slide down the large slide. And then when I looked at the information that was there, it said ages 5 through 12. So don't try to get me in trouble. I went to the Real Guppy annual fundraiser. I will say I did quite well as relates to bidding on some wonderful gifts. So looking excited about those things when they come. I did attend the senior social today. I hadn't been over there in a while, and so that was pretty nice. Let's see. I have on my schedule to attend, and I'll only be able to attend maybe an hour and a half, but the Ventura County Summit on Robotics, Autonomous Systems. I got an invite from Steve Keeney. And so they've got a great agenda of presenters. And so that's going to be at the Wednesday, 8 to 12 at the Maritime Museum. Finally, I was pleasantly surprised to receive an invite to an art showing at Cal State Channel Islands on, I think it was Wednesday or Thursday, from a graduating senior. And she did a wonderful painting of the bell tower, Cal State Channel Islands bell tower, and a group of students in front of the bell tower. And it's been, it's now being shown in the President's Suite. It's the first student to ever have her artwork to be shown on campus in a place that wasn't with other students. And so it looks like it's going to be there for a while. And so if you're interested in seeing it tonight, I have a picture of it, but she also is in the Ventura County Museum. She has a permanent piece there. And she, write this down, this is going to be good. You can Google at Nyla, N-Y-L, Nyli, N-Y-L-I Arts. If you just Google at N-Y-L-I Arts, you could see some of her art. And so was excited to meet her family and her instructors, art instructors. And so, yeah, looking forward to seeing some of her work in the Ventura Museum. So anyway, other than that, I'm attending my my monthly meetings. I did a budget review for VCTC on last Monday, and kind of going through budgets in my committees and commissions. So that's all that I have. Anyone have any? Oh, by the way, something you forgot? Go ahead.
Last night I was lucky enough to sit next to Axel Stetler, and he's the project manager for the Carl's Project. And he is such a personable, easy guy to talk to. I was impressed at how much he knew about Hueneme, and he really, they really want to have a relationship with us. And he's just a wonderful guy, so hopefully we'll be seeing him here soon. I definitely recommend it. Come visit us at a meeting.
Great. And if there's nothing else, we'll adjourn tonight's meeting. The next regular meeting is scheduled for Monday, June 15th at 6:30 p.m. So the meeting is now adjourned. It is 10:12.